Good evening once again. Welcome back. We're going to continue with the meeting now. Our first action item this evening is the consent calendar, which consists of a grant for approval in the amount of $400,000 and an international travel request for the Snowden International High School. I will now open it up to questions and discussions from the committee. Sounds like there are no questions or discussion. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Dean Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection? Any objection to approving the consent calendar by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. Our next action item is an update to the BPS student residency policy. You will recall that at our last meeting, the district's ombudsperson, Carolyn McNeil, presented two proposals designed to strengthen the district's existing residency policy. At this time, I would like to invite Ms. Pearl to offer any final comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lecanto. So the policy that Carolyn McNeil, our ombudsperson, presented was to formalize the policy to allow the investigations to be conducted more efficiently given the large volume, and to consult with other school districts who are equally interested in knowing if students are double enrolled while claiming the opportunity to apply to one of the exam schools. And then furthermore, if there are families that have a confirmed investigation, that they have a flag in the system so that if they re-enroll or reattempt, it is easier for her team to see that happen. And because it is a very small investigation team, and when investigations need to happen, there's a large number in a small period of time, they were looking to make these two policy changes to make their work more efficient. So I believe that summarizes the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl. I'll open it up to the committee for questions or discussion. Well, yes.
I just,
Dean
not a
Robinson.
question, but just a comment to Ms. McNeil, just to thank her. I was in the foyer when she was presenting last time, so I wasn't able to offer official thank you to what I can imagine is a great depth of work in the investigation that probably can't always happen just during regular office hours. So I just want to, I don't see her in here, but
No, she's not here this evening.
Please give
Okay.
her a thank you.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. If there's no further questions or discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the updated student residency policy as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Is there a second? Yes. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and to echo my colleague Dean Robinson's comments, thank you very much to Ombudsperson McNeil and all of her colleagues for their hard work on presenting the changes to this policy and strengthening the protections around the residency policy within the district. We'll move on now to our next action item, which is, or our group of action items, I should say, which is a series of collective bargaining agreements between the Boston School Committee and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, otherwise known as AFSCME, Local 230A, the storekeepers, and an agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Administrative Guild of SEIU Local 888. You will recall that at our last meeting, BPS Labor Counsel Jeremiah Hassan, as well as Executive Director of Human Capital Zach Scott, presented highlights of these agreements along with requests for supplemental appropriations to cover the cost of the agreements. At this time, I'd like to invite our interim superintendent to offer any final comments, if you have any.
No further comments, but if there are any remaining questions, Mr. Jeremiah is available if need be.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl. Are there any further questions from the committee? Well, hearing none, I want to remind folks that we'll take 4 separate votes here, 1 for each agreement and 1 for each supplemental appropriation. I'll entertain a motion first to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the AFSCME Local 230 storekeepers from 2016 to 2020 as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now entertain a motion to approve an FY19 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $16,077 to cover the cost of the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the ASME Local 230 storekeepers from 2016 to 2020 as presented. Thank you, Dean Robinson. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Administrative Guild of SEIU Local 888 from the years 2016 to 2020 as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Is there a second?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson, is there any discussion or objection? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I'll now entertain a final motion to approve an FY19 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $1,013,755 to cover the cost of the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston School Committee and the Administrative Guild of SEIU Local 888 from the years 2016 through 2020. The motion is as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll once again?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. And our final action item this evening is a sickle cell disease policy. You'll recall that at our last meeting, Acting Assistant Superintendent of Social and Emotional Learning and Wellness, Ms. Jill Carter, presented the committee's for the committee's consideration a draft policy recognizing sickle cell disease as a disability and providing for Section 504 appropriate services and accommodations to students living with the disease. At this time, I'd like to invite the interim superintendent to offer any final comments once again, if any.
No, the only thing I'll say is that thanks to the both the advocacy community and also the good work of Dr. Carter and her team, these policies are already fully implemented, so this policy is now already practiced inside the Boston Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. I'll now open it up to any final questions or comments from the committee.
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
I had asked a question at the last meeting about whether or not these same policy recommendations and accommodations would be available to children who are on the who have sickle cell trait, but may not have full-blown sickle cell disease as well.
Sorry. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Robinson. Jill, do you have the answer to that for her?
At the last meeting, Stephen Chen from our equity office said that with students with sickle cell trait would also be eligible for evaluation for a 504, so therefore they would be also eligible, get the supports.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Carter, and thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dean Robinson.
Yes, I just want to, again, applaud the work from Jill and Mr. Chen as well. Thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you for answering our questions. I know we drilled down a bit in the training and the accommodations for the students and as well for the staff training. I do want to just, if I could just note in public comment, hearing the advocates, it would be helpful in future presentations when we are addressing various disabilities or where there could be a policy implementation or implication to a policy, that we allow advocates to possibly come alongside the presentation so that they're not limited to 2 or 3 minutes, because it was really critical. When you all presented before, I thought to myself it would have been great to have some advocates alongside, especially a partnership as we just heard tonight. I'm an advisory council, so if that's just, it's not for now, it's for later, for future presentations, and not advocates, especially advocates who are partners in the community who could shed light on the implications of the policies, but could also shed light on the real world experiences. It was moving, but it was also mindful for us to remember that parents are impacted as much as the students in the school when for example, child comes home and says, I'm laughed at because of my backpack. So just for future reference, thank you so much for all the listening that you provided, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. And to echo your comments, I want to thank Ms. Haley, I believe she was the executive director. I don't think she's with us still at this late hour of the Greater Boston Sickle Cell Disease Association, for coming out and speaking tonight in support of the policy, as well as the parent, Ms. Taylor, that accompanied her. Are there any further questions or comments from the committee on this policy? Dean, Dr. Uriarte.
I also wanted to congratulate the district on being the first in the United States to come forward with this policy. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Uriarte. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the sickle cell disease policy for the Boston Public Schools as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. That's a second from Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Ms. Jerry Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Regina Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Uriarte?
Yes.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you once again to the team from Equity and from Social Emotional Learning and Wellness on their hard work here. We'll move on now to our first report this evening, a superintendent search process update. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to my colleague, Ms. Oliver Davila, the co-chair of the search committee.
Thank you, Chair. So just a very brief update that everybody has hopefully in front of them. As you know, we had a charge from the school committee in terms of having the superintendent search committee go forward. And so the co-chair, Dr. Keith Motley, and I have outlined the first phase of engagement with BPS stakeholders. And so if you look at the dates, you can see that it is a pretty aggressive timeline. But we feel that this timeline is necessary in order for us to reach our shared goal of having a new superintendent in place by the start of the 2019-2020 school year. The search committee will meet in the school committee chambers here at the Bowling Building on the following dates, which will be Wednesday, October 24th, Wednesday, October 24th from 6 to 8, Wednesday, November 14th from 7 to 8:30, which will immediately follow a meeting of the school committee. We'll have a special school committee that I'll talk about after. And then Monday, November 26th, Thursday, December 13th, and Monday, January 14th, all from 6 to 8 p.m. These meetings will be publicly posted and will also include opportunities for public comment. The search committee, as we mentioned before, wants to hear from all of our stakeholders. So we're partnering with a range of community organizations to hold a series of district-wide listening sessions so that we can gather input on desired characteristics and priorities for our next superintendent. Community listening sessions are being scheduled for the following dates from 6 to 8 p.m. and those dates are Tuesday, October 30th, and that will take place at the Boston Teachers Union. Thursday, November 15th, Monday, November 19th, the location will be determined, and we will post that up on the website so you'll be able to see where is the location. Thursday, December 6th, the location will also be determined, but that will be co-hosted by the Boston branch of the NAACP and other groups that we're hearing from, and those will also be posted. On Monday, December 10th, there will be a listening session in Spanish, and it will be at the East Boston Social Center, and that will be co-hosted by the Greater Boston Latino Network and Amplify. And then we will also have a youth session that will be co-hosted by the Boston Student Advisory Council and other groups. Again, we're hearing about other groups as we go along. And that one will be specifically from 4 to 6 p.m. There will also be a session that will be co-hosted by the Boston Chinatown Neighborhood Center with other groups as well. As we hear from them, hear back, we will put those up. And that date and location will also be determined, and we'll post it. I just want to say thank you so much to all the organizations who've already agreed to co-sponsor. The response was just really great and very quick. And again, we know that it's aggressive, but if we really want to make sure that we have a superintendent in place for our next school year, then we need to make sure to have these meetings as soon as possible. Additional search committee meetings and listening sessions may be added depending on where we're at. And the search committee will also identify additional avenues for the public to provide input because we know not everybody can leave their house and travel somewhere, so we're going to try to really be creative about hearing back from the community. I want to thank our chairperson, Lecanto, for scheduling a special school committee meeting on November 14th, which will take place from 5 to 7, to provide the committee with an opportunity to, 1, vote on an RFP to be released for the search firm services. After that, we'll have a search committee presentation to the school committee on November 7th, and then 2, to receive an initial presentation on a job description from the search committee, which would have met once, and we would have conducted 2 community listening sessions at that time. It's expected that the school committee would then receive additional feedback from the search committee and the public at the November 28th school committee meeting and vote on a final job description for immediate posting at the December 5th school committee meeting. The superintendent search committee is eager to begin this critical work before us. We're committed to an inclusive and dynamic public engagement process that welcomes all voices in our shared commitment to identify the best leader to move our district forward. And that is my report, Chairman Lecanto.
Well, thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, and I just want to reiterate that the special meeting that we're calling for on November 14th will be time limited. It'll be at 5 to 7 p.m. and it will be specifically for the 2 purposes that Ms. Oliver Davila spoke about. Again, we have an aggressive timeline. We're hoping to have a draft RFP presented at the meeting prior to that so that we can take action to vote and issue that RFP and get a search firm in place to respond to that RFP. And then also to give us an opportunity as a full body in open session to have a first look at the draft job description after the very early community opportunities for community input. That'll immediately be followed, and I'll note as well, we'll have an opportunity for public comment at that meeting. That meeting will then immediately be followed in these same chambers at 7 p.m. By a meeting of the search committee, which again is also open posted and available for attendance by the public. Once again, this aggressive timeline, the intent is to put us in an ideal position to be ready to take advantage of the typically accruing job market that we see each year around out of the December to February timeframe. And so having a job description that's ready to be voted upon and issued at the December 5th meeting will put us in an ideal position to go out and attract the best candidate for the district. So with that, I want to open it up to members for questions and discussion. Dr. Uriarte.
Alex, I was wondering whether all the meetings of the search committee are going to be public?
Yes, they're all public.
All the discussion takes place
They're all public.
in a public setting.
And there'll be a public comment period as well.
At what point is it that you're going to be discussing the job description?
As soon as we meet, we're going to be discussing the RFP and we're going to be discussing the job description. The hope is that we can work, in smaller groups at the meeting to really, because we don't have a lot of time. It's really like the next week that we're presenting and then the following week that we're presenting again. But we're going to work on it, but then we're going to hear back from the community, so we'll keep on tweaking it as we move forward.
Okay, because we're gonna be seeing a draft of it
Mm-hmm.
on the 14th.
Right.
That's
Right.
very soon.
Yes, exactly. It's very soon.
Okay. So you have one already that you're gonna?
We're using what we had previously, and we're gonna go from there to look at it, both again, the search committee, and then also through the public, both at the listening sessions, and then whichever avenues we figure out, along the way, that we will get more feedback on the job description.
And these set of meetings are the meetings of the school, of the search committee? And these are the public meetings for feedback? Okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
And Dr. Uriarte, if I can interject as well, we'll have a number of opportunities to give feedback on that draft job description at our meetings. The November 14th is the first meeting at which we'd have an opportunity to give feedback, and that will be while this community process is still really ratcheting up into gear. November 28th, the next full and regularly scheduled school committee meeting, we'll schedule another opportunity for the search committee co-chairs to provide us with feedback on what they're hearing from the search committee process and the community forum process. And then we'll have another opportunity that follows that on December 5th to hear any final comment before we take a vote.
Yeah.
Ms. Robinson.
Just a quick question. Will there be translation services available at many of the community meetings, and how will that word get out if that's going to be the case?
I will leave that to,
The intent is yes, we will, those plans are still in development, but as you heard in the presentation earlier, we've made a number of efforts to partner with community organizations that are targeted to specific subsets of our population, and I believe at least one event will be held in a foreign language. I believe we've got one scheduled for Spanish. And beyond that, we will be able to make arrangements for support from the district for additional translation services as needed.
Yes. Okay,
Thank you. Further questions?
you
No.
asked about the
Coleman?
word getting out.
thank you. How,
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, how
yes.
the word will get out to folks who need
Yep.
to have it done in other languages.
Yep,
yeah.
so we will have it on the website, we will create a flyer, and we will also have our host partners help us and all the other organizations. So I mentioned the NAACP, but there'll be other groups, so everybody will be spreading the word, and we'll also be counting, obviously, on all of us to spread the word. So there'll be different avenues to be able to get it out
OELL?
there.
Within OELL, also within the district, will they be able to help make sure the families are aware? through the different-
That's my assumption, that everybody, all hands on deck
Okay.
to get this out.
All righty,
Mhm.
thanks.
I'm
Dr. Coleman.
completely very excited about an aggressive search and timeline and complete support. I do want to just put on the table that I want to make sure that we're ready if we're not completely satisfied, and it's a complicated process about getting the right candidate, that we're ready to, pull the plug and stop if we're not really, it's not just to get someone, it's get someone great. So we need to be prepared to stop if we need to.
Understood. Further, oh, yes, Dr. Uriarte.
I'm, again, along the lines, I mean, my concern is about sort of like having everybody on board with the job description and the requirements and the expectations, because I think that, from my perspective, I imagine that of others, was something that was not totally clear in the last, in the last search. So I want to make sure that we are all in the same page, so that we don't run into the problems that we ran with the last superintendent.
I will suggest that I think the schedule that, we have in front of us, while we have said it's aggressive, we acknowledge those, these concerns that both you and Dr. Coleman have highlighted for us. The intent is for us to move in an aggressive manner, working from the already mature documents that we have from the last relatively recent search, and to improve upon those documents to the extent possible with community input. And if we're ready to move forward, as we intend to do so, we will do so. But if we find ourselves at December 5th and we're not ready to move forward, then we'll deal with that when we get there.
One more. Will the search committee be meeting with the mayor?
That is not in the schedule, no.
I would recommend that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I just wanted to make a
Yes.
suggestion, because of Dr. Uriarte's comment is, in our future meetings, maybe we can make some time to hear from the school committee just in terms of what they're looking for in a superintendent, just because I think, to your point, I just would like to, I mean, I don't know if you're planning to come to the listening session, you can also say it there, but just even a little bit of time, just to talk about.
So you're
Yeah.
talking about interchange between the school committee and the search committee?
Yes.
Yeah, I think in drawing on the experience that we had in 2014, 2015, I think, first of all, we have an open meeting law question, so we do want to be cognizant of how many school committee members can attend a search committee meeting. But having said that, members are certainly free to attend search committee meetings as well as the community forums, and in fact, not only free to, but they're encouraged to do so. Secondarily, we'll have a number of options over the next 2 months, 2+ months, where we'll be able to hear from you as well as your co-chair. I know Dr. Motley hasn't been able to join us yet because of scheduling, but he does plan on joining us to help give further context to the discussions that are going on within the search committee, as well as the feedback that's being received from the members of the public. I think something that we, and Ms. Oliver Davila, you might want to speak to this a little bit as well, something we haven't spoken about is we have heard the public, in addition to scheduling these forums, we want to have a way to collect this information digitally. We just haven't been able to go very deep into that conversations because we haven't been able to arrange for a meeting of the search committee just yet. But that will be one of the first orders of business for the search committee to consider how we might collect information and feedback from the public in media, aside from just simply meeting in person.
Mhm.
So if there's no other questions or comments or input, we can move on to the next report. Well, thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, once again for your work here, and thank you for the feedback from the committee. We'll look forward to hearing further reports from you as we move through the fall. Our next report is a Build BPS update, and at this time I'd like to invite the following people to please step forward with their presentation. Our Chief of Staff, Mr. Rob Consalvo, our Chief Engagement Officer, Ms. Monica Roberts, and our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Nate Cooter. And as they're getting settled, I want to first take a moment to note once again that tonight is the first step in the next phase of the Build BPS process. As you'll recall, the district and the city collected information through a facilities management process and later shared those findings with the community and collected feedback through a long period of public input. The district then took back that community input about desired outcomes by neighborhood and has worked tirelessly to review community proposals through the prism of student needs, program needs, feasibility, and costs, among many other factors. As a body, we have said many times that decades of operational decisions have left the district with the need to make hard choices today that can put our system back on the right track, with resources flowing back into classrooms and facilities that reflect the needs of 21st century learning. I think we all acknowledge, of course, and we've heard quite a bit about it tonight, that change is hard. And there are some tough choices that the district will be calling on each of us to consider tonight and in the coming months and years. Nevertheless, we must listen to these thoughtful proposals, and then we must listen to the community. And we must remind ourselves that these decisions are not about the individual or the individual school or the individual community. So before I hand it over to our presenters this evening, I have one simple request of my fellow members and of the public at large as we begin this next phase of the process. I want us all to view these decisions that we are about to be called upon to consider with this question in mind. Will these decisions aid in the creation of a more approachable system of schools that minimizes transitions and provides the opportunity and the resources for reinvestment in classrooms to support improved outcomes for all students regardless of need or ability? thank you for considering this request, and I look forward to this report this evening. Mr. Cooter, Mr. Consalvo, and, oh, I'm sorry. Let me hand it off to the superintendent.
We're going to divvy this up just a little bit, and I respect the fact that this is a large and complicated discussion, and we are starting late at night, but it was incredibly important that we hear the testimony that we heard, both from young people and teachers and educators and community partners. We will return to some detailed discussion of the impact from the recommendations that impact the schools that we heard from tonight. But I do want to underscore that the release of this framework is the beginning of a conversation, that we have a significant number of community meetings already scheduled, as well as an ambition to add more and schedule more. You can find the initial schedule at bostonpublicschools.org. And we are actively reaching out, as Monica Roberts will describe later, to community partners, to faith-based partners, to schools themselves, to host meetings. And so for individuals who are interested, we encourage you to be in touch with Monica, and we will schedule those. But we have an initial batch already scheduled. And the other important point, as I mentioned in my early remarks, is that because this is a complicated multi-year initiative, we will be bringing to the school committee an initial specific set of action proposals in December, not the complete 10-year moves. And the reason for that is that we have an incredibly interconnected district, particularly with citywide choice in our high schools and looking at feeder patterns across individual schools. So what ends up happening, or where a building gets built and then how the schools in that neighborhood reorganize around them, impacts, as we see how enrollment patterns shift, what happens in other neighborhoods. So we are looking to bring specific sets of proposals to the school committee, and there will be a batch that come in December, and then subsequent waves after deeper community engagement. So we will continue community engagement between January and June before any additional proposals are brought to the community, to the school committee. At the same time, we will also, in addition to the very detailed PowerPoint this evening, we will be bringing a narrative form of this presentation with additional data and also neighborhood view, so the committee and others in the community can see how each of these sets of proposals, as they develop, will impact particular neighborhoods and sets of schools, as well as the data charts. So that will come in a narrative form, but we're beginning with a very voluminous PowerPoint, which will take a little while this evening. I had mentioned some of the guiding principles earlier as I began my remarks, and so I want to highlight some of the vision and ambition of this plan, which is to launch a plan for public comment, and that is exactly what we're doing. This starting process is a plan that people can respond to specifically, can speak to whether or not the dimensions of it make sense, and also talk about reactions to individual impacts in schools, as well as the growth and opportunity to build schools. There are challenges ahead in figuring out how to make these transitions across the city, but the plan that is driven by the desire for 21st century learning facilities for more of our students, which we also heard from tonight, has not happened in quite some time, as broadly as we would like to. This plan sets up the possibility of 12 new schools or major transformations and renovations completed or under construction by 2027, with a focus on placing new or expanded buildings in neighborhoods with high student need and low current access. We're also looking at increased investments district-wide for all school buildings and communities, and developing a predictable and transparent building and capital planning process that will allow us to continue to open new school buildings every 1 to 2 years. So the goal here is to get the Boston Public Schools on a regular pattern, even beyond 2027, of developing and renovating and building schools. At the same time, we are also looking at strategies to make investments, capital repairs, and upgrades in all of our schools citywide. Beyond a building program, this is also an opportunity as we look at feeder patterns and how schools connect to each other and how families make their way through a set of schools or sets of schools. Boston has an opportunity here to address some of the long-standing structural barriers and a number of the dynamics that limit opportunities for so many of our students, and particularly some of our most vulnerable students. So the goal here is to expand equity, access to quality, and predictability of school pathways for more students and families. The goal here is to create more high-quality learning environments for more students, to contribute to closing opportunity gaps for more of our learners, to look at equity of program placement for our specialized programs for students with disabilities and English learners by prioritizing space for them in new and expanded buildings. And I want to highlight this as a particular feature of the plan as it relates to equity for some of our most vulnerable learners. And I want to cite a particular statistic, which is that currently 58% of our highest need students with special needs in specialized strands or programs are concentrated in 5 of our open enrollment high schools. We also see these patterns of concentrations in elementary schools, but it's particularly acute in our high schools. Of those 5 high schools, 3 of them also serve the highest concentration of our English learners, so that we do not have enough space and are concentrating some of our most vulnerable learners in schools that may be struggling, and they do not have access to the same quality and distribution and equity of learning environments as all of our students. We are talking about and proposing a new approach to identifying schools for new buildings, and I want to emphasize that what we're talking about here is not opening new schools, but opening new buildings for our existing BPS schools. And what is important about that is right now, or the history in Boston, is that new school buildings are built based on individual communities that advocate, and so we are in fact picking winners by which schools get into the building pipeline historically. And we do not set those buildings historically around where we actually need to build buildings, nor do we set criteria for the kinds of programs we need those school buildings to be able to hold to meet the broadest need of our learners. And so those are 2 goals that we are looking to open as a conversation through Build BPS. And the other variable here is that not all of our schools currently, particularly at the high school level, we have a challenge between our selective enrollment high schools and our open enrollment high schools. So by placing buildings where they are most needed to meet the needs of students, and by stating clearly and transparently the kinds of programs and opportunities that we need to have in those buildings, and then turning to our existing BPS schools and saying, is this something is this something that you want to step up to, and something that you are willing to take on if you are the school that moves into this building? That is a way of beginning a public conversation about how we meet the needs of of all of our learners. And then the last is looking at fewer K-12 transitions for students and families. In addition to building new schools, each time we build a new school in a neighborhood, that then creates opportunities for the schools around it. So that in addition to the building program, this will allow the creation, or the shift rather, to create of existing schools up to 20 more K-6 schools, and 7 more 6 to 7 to grade 12 schools, while preserving strong K-8 and 9 to 12 pathways where they exist. So we are looking at options for families that can work in both directions. So with that, what I want to move to is what we heard a lot about this evening. And we will return in detail to the impacts that we heard tonight on the school communities who will be most impacted by the early set of action proposals. The path forward to create these buildings and place them where they are most needed and connect pathways for more of our families is not without challenges, and difficult decisions do have to be made during the course of this process in response to the changing enrollment patterns of our schools and where our families need to be able to access schools. So we are talking about phasing out middle schools over time as we reconfigure the grade composition to create more coherent feeder patterns and reduce school transitions for students. And this will begin with the McCormick, the proposal currently. And I want to again stress that it is a proposal, but the proposal would be to begin with the McCormick building, the building itself closing for renovation as of June 2020 for reconfiguration into a new 7 to 12 high school building. The school status, be it closure or merger, would be determined in discussion with families, school faculty, union partners, and the community for a formal recommendation by spring 2019. And what that means is that there would be about 1.5 years of planning and conversation, but over the course of this year, before a final vote is or recommendation is made, that would happen in spring 2019, but go into action in June 2020. The other middle schools across the city would transition on a longer time frame, so those would come at subsequent proposals to the school committee, because in order to make any of those transitions, we have to have places for our students to go. So we'll be taking a neighborhood view of this. The other priority built into this plan is addressing long-standing deferred maintenance, beginning with critical facility issues at the West Roxbury Education Complex. And we will go into greater detail around the history and impact and how that came to be such an emergency, but part of the recommendation would be the closure of both the Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy in June 2019 because of the critical facility issues currently in play at that campus. One of the things I want to stress is that one of the goals of Build BPS is to get Boston out of the habit of allowing buildings to get to significantly deferred maintenance, and by getting BPS out of a situation where we have building emergencies. The conversation around the McCormick is deliberately over nearly close to 2 school years as a planful conversation, and by contrast, the very critical situation at West Roxbury is exactly the pattern that Boston needs to break. So those are 2 things that we want to talk about this evening. But at this point, I want to turn things over to Nate and Rob and Monica to walk us through some of the detail of the proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I jump in? I mean, Ms. Robinson earlier said that this is a big and complicated process with a lot of detail.
Yep.
And wondering if if at each break and transition, would there be opportunities that their members have questions, clarifying questions?
Yes,
not
absolutely.
Debative questions. And I'm wondering if that we're going to do that pattern, that this may be one time when people may have I'm just putting that on the table as a possibility, that, the superintendent's laid out some really important, rich, important details that we may have clarifying questions. We don't get lost in the welter of detail here. So I don't know. If I'm
Yes,
speaking
no,
for others.
thank you, Dr. Coleman, and thank you for interjecting. We did have a few side discussions before this evening began, and I've had a conversation with the presenters as well to ask them to stop the presentation at appropriate intervals as we're moving from big topic to big topic, so we have an opportunity for each one of the members to weigh in at that time. So thank you again for reminding us.
And I would say this is the big moment.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
I guess my point is.
Oh,
this is
I'm
a big
sorry, did you
transition.
want,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
all right, fair enough. I thought that was all intro.
What I will say is, if there are points in the proposal, of the presentation that I know is coming where it gets into later detail, I'll point you to that, but please
Sure.
dive ahead, and we'll be happy to answer questions along the way.
Okay, and you know, I didn't mean to be flipped by that comment. You know, I really truly viewed that as intro for the presentation that would then lead us into questions. But of course, if there are questions that you want to start with, I'd be happy to spend some time now. So maybe if you want to go around the horn,
Yeah.
Dr. Uriarte, if you'd like to start.
Okay, I'm going to start with a hard question that was raised here many, many times as we're moving forward. And it's, you know, a rationale for the selection of the schools. I understand the selection of the West Roxbury because, you know, I live in the, you know, nearby. I go by, I see the deterioration of the building, so I'm aware. The question for me is the McCormick.
Mhm.
Why start with the McCormick? This is a school that has a very large population of English language learners, and it is not clear whether the plan is to take all the programs into Excel with the teachers or not. And taking into account that Excel is not a great hosting for English language learners. They don't have that culture or that perspective. So I'm very concerned about some of the issues that were raised, and I think we need to explain to that community why them and why them first.
Well, if I can interject before we get to the answer on that question, this is why at the outset it felt a lot like an introductory set of comments from Ms. Peril, because everything that you're asking in that question is part of this presentation. And there's a specific section of the presentation that's devoted to taking the committee as well as the public through all of the decision points that the district considered in making that determination. And so I want to give...
It obviously was, I mean, I read the
Of course.
the presentation, and I think other people did too, and obviously it wasn't clear.
Right, but the presentation is only the presentation. It's only a set of slides until the commentary is put to it by the presenters. And so I want to throw this to the superintendent first to ask the question, would it be better for us to dive into a presentation that speaks specifically to the question you have and maybe hold on that later to come back and answer any unanswered questions before we get the district off track? Because there's again, we're not talking about just one building or one decision. We're talking about the product of 18 months worth of work that has followed another 18-month process that has taken in a lot of information over 125 schools throughout this city and throughout this district that lay the groundwork and the rationale for the many different decisions that have had to be made. So this is why I say I think it would probably be more beneficial for us to hear the presentation at the outset, and then we can have opportunities through the conversation to stop and ask appropriate questions.
I was responding to the request for questions, and my question remains, why start with a McCormick?
Right. And I think the presentation is going to answer that.
Okay.
So why don't we get started, unless there's any other burning questions that we have for Ms. Peril, and then we can go to the presentation. I'm sorry, you had a question, Ms. Oliver.
I don't have a question, I have a comment, which I think goes directly to what Dr. Uriarte is saying, is just maybe for myself, because I am a very visual person, so everything that you said to present it, I just feel like that needs to be included in here, some kind of summary to present this, to wrap it all up together, because even if you're just a regular person picking up this presentation, it would be good to have that summary. That would just be my suggestion.
I'm sorry, which summary, Alex?
What you just laid out when you talked about the middle school, everything that you said to present what the slides that we're going through is, I think, just some kind of summary that kind of speaks to your thinking around this. Because I think, again, these are just slides, and if you're not here, it would be very challenging, to pick this up. I'm just saying for future, to keep this on record, and for anybody that picks it up, that they kind of have an understanding if they were not here at school committee and they weren't going to be walked through this whole presentation. That's just a suggestion that I have.
No, and actually, that's helpful for you to say that. So that is exactly what we are bringing out in a narrative form. So there will be a report that will encompass all of these points, all of the rationale, and a neighborhood by neighborhood map view. It was just, it would have been 100 slides, and so we do not want to do that. And also, it needs to be broken apart in ways that we can have conversations in neighborhoods where we can focus on what's going to happen in that network of schools, but also then behind that are charts and data. I think, though, I understand that it is very late, and we have certain parts of this proposal that might get more quickly to the meet, so I'm going to do things, we can go through the entire thing, or we could move relatively quickly to the interactions between school buildings and school-age populations. Nate, if you wanted to go there, and then move into some of the overall proposal, and then we will get directly to the specific examples of the McCormick as well as West Roxbury.
So one of the things that we did at the outset of this phase of work was review the analysis that was done as part of the original Build BPS report that was published a year ago. But then we sought to do a deeper dive study on the interaction between school buildings, student populations, and the school choice system. We wanted to understand how students were choosing schools and where we had constraints. Some of this work has been replicated and presented as part of the BARI report that talked about access to seats within our system. And for this, we were really trying to manage a fairly new student assignment plan, many different school choice options for families, and the competition for school-age children throughout the city. And understanding how these challenges interact with our facilities conditions and our needs as a district to move towards a different footprint, one that served our students better. So what we developed was a fact base, 8 key points that we wanted to bring to the public that was the findings from our analysis that helped to inform the district's conversation at the start. And so the fact base outlines these crucial challenges that the community, district, and the planning team face, not just with the facilities, but with enrollment options for students, equity, and even school effectiveness. And the assessments have yielded more detail than the planning principles we originally had in the Build BPS report. And at this time, these are the 8 facts that are really undergirding a lot of the recommendations that we're making. The 4 key facts that I wanted to emphasize tonight and that really play into the decision around reconfigurations of middle schools are the first 4. Namely, that there are not enough seats in our city to serve, elementary seats in our city to serve students in the southern half of the city. If you imagined a line from the Dorchester Bay going across to JP, just on the north side of the Arboretum, you can imagine that north of that line we have relatively matched capacity to student need. And below that line we are struggling to have enough seats, particularly high quality seats, for students close to home. The second is that there are limited options for expanding special education, English learner, and K-1 programs. We know that we need to continuously add programs to meet student needs. From this school committee, we've heard a request to continue to strengthen and expand our programs for English learners. And at the elementary level in particular, because of the K-8 expansion and the shifts in student populations, we're out of space. And so we need new buildings and new uses of our existing buildings to be able to accomplish our goals as a district. The third is that English learner and special education programs are not evenly distributed across our high schools. Superintendent has already mentioned the key statistic around the distribution of our students of need. And so the Parthenon report on off-track youth emphasized the distribution of students in our system. It's something that we need to address. We want to be able to expand seats in high-quality schools. Many of our high-quality high schools with selective admissions process are also in very small buildings, which limits our ability to expand them. And the last that I will emphasize is that enrollment in standalone middle schools has declined by roughly 1,800 students over the last 6 years. We're down to 6 standalone middle schools. Those are schools that serve only 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. In 2009, we had 16. And so you can see that through the latest round of reconfiguration that was started over a decade ago, that many of these have already been phased out, and these are the last standing middle schools that we are seeking to address in this plan. So as part of this process, in the original version, there were 10 planning principles. Based on our conversations with the community during the idea generation, our facilities analysis, there were 2 separate demographic analyses that were done as part of the original report. The first one done by a contractor, MGT, that did an overall look at the district, and then a deeper dive and in some ways more informative demographic study by Dr. James Jennings, who really did more insights into different racial and ethnic groups. That is the foundation for a lot of the principles that you see and interacts with the fact base. We also then included and layered on the information from the fact base to look at the enrollment analysis, feeder patterns. All of this, and based on our learnings, led to a revision of our Build BPS planning principles. And there's a couple that I just want to highlight here as, again, particularly important as we roll out this plan. Number 2 is something that we've added that we really want to emphasize, that we are trying to increase access to high-quality schools and seats in high need, high-growth, low-access neighborhoods in the city. This is about focusing on the areas of the city that need expansion of elementary seats the most, and you'll see that in our proposed plan. Number 4 is talking about minimizing transitions through grade reconfigurations, starting with the middle schools. And so what the research has shown is that transitions are harmful to student outcomes. We're trying to create a path that works both for students and works for the system overall. Number 5 is something that you'll see in the original report, but we've modified it to really emphasize our emphasis on English learners and students with high needs. That we are trying to improve the match between educational programs and their facilities, particularly for students in high needs special education programs and English learner programs. That is the starting point for a lot of the conversations that we've had internally, and we hope is the starting point for conversations for all of these proposals moving forward. The last thing I'll emphasize in terms of the planning principles is number 10. We recognize that we need to incorporate emergency facility issues into our facilities' long-term planning and to avoid handling these situations in isolation. This is a habit we need to break. The superintendent's already mentioned it, that these one-off decisions that are reactive is not how we need to go about this plan. We're trying to get ahead of these issues and be more thoughtful. Of course, the Build BPS represents a building infrastructure plan, but it aligns to what we have for our educational plans. It may look like we're just talking about buildings, but it's how we use the facilities to improve educational offerings that is the real opportunity. This is aligned to our vision for the 4 essentials for instructional equity. And as we move through the design and construction phase for all of these major projects, there will be the opportunity to do a deep dive and for each school community, imagine what it's like and imagine what we can provide in terms of space that really supports innovative and 21st century instruction. So we'll dive now deeper into the plan in a number of different sections. When Build BPS was launched, the goal was to articulate an educational vision and develop a comprehensive 10-year, $1 billion plan. This is to leverage the commitment from the mayor and from our anticipated participation in the Mass School Building Authority's programs. These proposals that we received from the community through the initial part of the idea generation revealed a number of competing priorities and a lot of different ideas, but there was one request that remained constant: to develop a proposal for which the community could react. And that's where we're at in the process now. We are putting this forward for reaction, the majority of which is meant to be the contours for how we will approach the plan over the next 10 years, and is going to be shaped by our engagement with the community and feedback from school communities throughout the process. So the plan is a 10-year plan. There are contours in place for people to react to. The lasting impact, and the last thing I want to mention as start of framing, was we're hoping that this plan goes beyond the 12 major initiatives or major builds and renovations that we are proposing as part of the plan, and sets BPS up to have a process in place for the years beyond that. That for every year after 2027, which is the last year of our 10-year plan, after that, we're continuing to open new schools or major renovated schools every 1 to 2 years after that. That this is the start of a major construction boom for our district, and a start of a time where all students and all neighborhoods and all schools can expect that we will be on a path towards upgraded 21st century learning opportunities. So the plan is broken up into 5 key buckets. This is something that I brought last time we came to you 2 weeks ago. It's worth reiterating because it's an important way to sort of understand the organization of the report. As the superintendent mentioned, we've organized it both by the content and the types of projects that we will engage with. And the report will go neighborhood by neighborhood so you can see the interaction between major projects and system-wide initiatives, district-wide initiatives. The reason that we've organized it by bucket as well and identified these projects is because it helps to set the stage for the timeline of the projects and how the community will be able to engage on them and on what timeline. So some of these projects, the new builds and expansions, are 5 to 7 year major projects that when we start now, the effects will be felt in many years. And system-wide initiatives, many of these are in the plan. They've already begun, and schools will immediately see changes to their windows, roofs, boilers, 21st century learning furniture, things that they will tangibly see different in their school in the next year. We need to balance the investment across these 5 buckets, and that's part of the community dialogue that we're also having is, do we have the right balance between major system-changing projects and also the balance that can expect to see all students having upgraded facilities? I'm starting first with a map that just shows the district-wide view. And we're going to start with the 2 projects that will touch the most schools. The first is what we're referring to as the district-wide initiatives. Those will focus on upgrading our school environments for all students in all schools. So those are the types of things that when we roll out these initiatives, schools can expect to see what the schedule is, when their school will be upgraded, when the next time it will be upgraded is after that. The best example of this, of course, mentioned last time, is our technology infrastructure projects. The technology team has every school in a rotation of every 6 years. It's updated every year so you know what school is getting upgraded in terms of their technology infrastructure. We're going to roll out more initiatives like that so that schools can know when to expect upgrades to their kitchens, upgrades to their, I should have had the second example written down as I started, but additional system-wide initiatives that are going to upgrade the learning environments for the school. This is also the place where we're going to see the most
Schoolyards.
Schoolyard initiatives is another great example of playgrounds. The second bucket in capital repairs is those are the projects where we are repairing major systems and the infrastructure of the individual buildings. It could be masonry projects, windows, boilers, roof, leveraging the Mass School Buildings Authorities. Those are going to be focused in 2 ways. The first is that we're going to be leveraging assessment data, the information that we have about our school buildings, so that it's not just the squeaky wheels who are getting it, not just the communities who have traditionally been listened to, but it's going to be the communities that need it the most, the schools that need it the most. The second thing is we want to focus projects in areas without a recent or planned major project. Most notably in Alston-Brighton, you'll notice from this plan that there is no major project in the pipeline in this current proposal. And that's sort of a reflection of a couple different things. Most notably that Alston-Brighton is an area of the city where we have 1.4 seats per student, which means we have more seats in Alston-Brighton than we have students. So that we don't have the need to expand elementary capacity. This puts it number 2 in terms of all of our neighborhoods for excess seats. The number 1 neighborhood for excess seats is South Boston, where there's 1.7 seats per elementary school student. That's part of the rationale for starting with the McCormick, has to do with the availability of elementary seats in that part of the city. The next slide shows all of the major projects. This is meant to show a couple different things. One, the breadth and scope of the projects across the district. This plan is an ambitious attempt to reshape the district and the footprint that we have, with a commitment to serving our highest needs in historically marginalized neighborhoods. And so it's no surprise, or maybe it is a surprise, but that we are focusing our resources in Dorchester, where there are over 15,000 students, Roxbury, where there are 13,000 students, Mattapan and East Boston, both serving over 7,000 students each. We are focusing our projects where our students live. These are also our highest needs students and our students of color. The plan is meant to focus those resources in that direction for those populations. So I've mentioned a lot of this, so I'll try and move relatively quickly through it. The district-wide initiatives, as I mentioned, are touching all schools. What we are focusing on in this is hearing feedback from schools around our priorities, what 21st century learning opportunities they want to see in all schools, so that we can balance the investments across those and across the district. We are also moving into predicting an predictable and transparent process. You're going to hear me continuously touch on this refrain, but we're going from a place where we have ad hoc processes and unpredictable rollout of different projects to a place where all schools will start to see what they can expect in the next several years as we start to do a multi-year planning phase. In terms of capital repairs, again, we want to emphasize the Mass School Building Authority's Accelerated Repairs Program. It's a great opportunity for us to get the best bang for our capital dollars. We're going to continue to tap into that resource. It's something that we have done a lot more over the last 5 years than in the history of our capital program. I think I've said this already, but I just want to emphasize again, we want to move all major systems onto a predictable refresh schedule. So we are upgrading a number of roofs. We want to also then schedule out and say, okay, we know a roof lasts X number of years. So we replaced your roof last year. You're on the schedule for 2050. We want to get that far in advance because we know that these are predictable patterns. It will be revised based on facilities assessments on an ongoing basis, but we need to move to a place where everybody knows when their buildings are either going to be upgraded in a major way or upgraded in just the systems.
And may I add to that just briefly? Since 2015, the city has launched $252 million in MSBA funding projects, for which we received $117.9 million in MSBA reimbursements. And just to give you an idea of exactly what Nate just talked about, we already have several projects in the 2018 Accelerated Repair Program pipeline. Just to give you a few: the Rafael Hernandez School boiler, the Linden School boiler, the Donald McKay boiler, the James Otis windows, the Josiah Quincy ES boiler, Snowden International, a new roof, and the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics, all new windows. Those are currently in design. They will be launching in 2019 and 2020 for those complete repairs.
The last thing I'll say before we take a break for questions, because we've now put a number of details out. The last area in terms of real estate management and decisions, as many of you know, real estate is a premium here in Boston. We need to start being proactive about searching for school properties that meets our needs. We want to be able to look both in terms of adjacent parcels and take advantage of parcels that are close to our existing school buildings if we need to expand or offer additional 21st century learning opportunities. And then we also just want to work with our city partners to understand when parcels become available, to be able to evaluate those pieces of property in our portfolio that we need to continue, those that we need to expand, and those that we may be prepared to divest of at some point in the process. I'll pause there for, I think, the first round of questions. If that
Okay,
makes
thank
sense.
you, Nate. And so that's a general outlay, and I believe the next section moves on to renovations and reconfigurations and starts to get into the meat of the proposals, including the McCormick. But having said that, I want to pause and look around to see if there's any questions or comments from the committee. Dean Robinson, you want to lead us off?
Sure. So back to page 12 where we all started. I want to just frame this just for a second. From the earlier comments from Superintendent Perrell, just about the length of information, you know, the amount of information, the length of time that it could take, because we took probably over an hour and a half, you know, to hear public comment, to hear the students. I want to be mindful of what we're hearing tonight presented to the adults and what the students are hearing. One of the things I think that probably gravely concerns me the most is somehow this isn't filtered down to the students for them to understand how great this impact is going to be for the city, but how great this impact is going to be on them personally. So I want us, if it does take 100 slides to present to each school that's most affected, we need to just think about how to do that, because I do feel very much concerned that information that they share tonight, somehow there's a difference in the information shared versus what they're understanding as well. So I just want to first just lead with that piece. Even if you were to lead with slide 12, slide 12 shows more impact for younger students than the impact on them. So it could make them feel as though you're great, you're going to help my younger brothers and sisters, but what about me now? So I just want us to be thoughtful of how we're going to present this to them.
And I do just want to speak briefly, and we'll come back to this on the back end. And I want to, while they are not here now, we spent most of the morning out at the West Roxbury campus. A significant number of our team, probably 20 to 25 of us or more, going individually by grade level. We were also out there the day before talking with both staff and families, hosted a family and student and staff meeting last night. And it is a lot of information to take in, but I think it's entirely understandable that any information that relates to someone's own school sort of knocks off the table, and particularly for our young people who are most directly impacted, the details of this proposal. But we have said to them, and we will continue to say, that we will remain in conversation with them. But most of what we focused on today and yesterday in those conversations and all this week is, what does it mean for them? What are the impacts on them? And I just want to make one point very clear. We are making a recommendation to the school committee with an ample amount of time for community conversation, even though the situation that drives us to West Roxbury is around a facility crisis. The students and staff are, because of are safe in that building right now. It is, as I will explain in greater detail, there is not much long-term sustainability of that building without very, very significant repairs, which means it should be a rebuilt facility. But what we have concentrated on with the students are the transitions that we would make for them. However, the reason we're having those conversations now is that while you have time to absorb and consider, is that it would be irresponsible of us not to begin having those conversations. And just as it was hard to hear yesterday or the day before that we would be bringing this proposal to the school committee, we felt it was absolutely critical that they could not hear it here first, and that we had to be out at the school, that we had to be talking with them, that we had to be bringing extra adults back out to the school, which we will be doing, to work with them. And while that sounds odd before there's been any approval. We could not wait until December,
Right.
because by December, we would be running into opportunities that would, or challenges for how they would make their choices, particularly the 11th and 12th graders. So that does not mean anything is off the table in terms of conversations, but we had to make that a transparent conversation. So
Yeah.
that is why we introduced that, because before we start talking about it with you, we had to say something to them as
And
well.
I applaud that. I definitely also want to note that I applaud that strategy to go to the schools and to do that first before having any public conversation about that. So I do applaud the efforts, and then the continued efforts that you will make to work with them. On that note, I wanted to see if maybe one the information sessions could include those 3 schools as well as locations, so that that could be an opportunity for them.
Yes, we can do that. We're also having sessions just for those school communities. They're not listed on that, but we will also have some others there.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so that was one comment to note. The other piece that I wanted to note on slide 16. Slide 16, so the 5 categories broken down of the projects, will there be subgroups or subcommittees where there's an intense focus on these areas? Is there going to be, for example, a subcommittee focused on real estate management with some real estate experts or real estate partners as you're breaking down the projects? Will there be content experts included?
I guess it would help to know a little bit more about that question, but in terms of the acquiring the real estate, so once the school committee begins to point us towards saying, yes, like, this would be a time to begin developing proposals for new buildings, for example, at the Mattapan and Dorchester line, then yes, there would be a conversation that we would have in those communities, but also leveraging the expertise of the city public facilities department and the Mass School Building Authority that gets involved in these as well, but also with the community to look at where exactly might that be. And that's the real estate management about acquiring property and finding out if we need property where we don't have it, and we have property where we don't need it. So those, yes, and that would have to be a back and forth conversation about the right size parcel for whether you were building a K-6 or a 7-12.
Okay, so I guess I'm wanting to find out, do you already have folks a part of your team who, for example, understand swing spaces, understand that swing space component, or understand some of the details here, climate control, energy efficiency? Do you have content experts specifically to help guide your work versus going out to find them when it is time? I'm just thinking about the proactive nature and the content experts.
So a couple different parts of that. The other partner I would just mention in terms of the identifying parcels is the Boston Planning and Development Authority. We've begun conversations with them to be able to identify parcels, both in terms of understanding which ones are underutilized throughout the city, which ones may already be city-owned, so that we have people who are helping us look for it. The other thing that we are starting to do is be more proactive in terms of putting out information to the public to say, this is the problem we're trying to solve, and so that people will come forward and have ideas from either they know their neighborhoods well, or people who have properties who may be aware of our needs may be able to come and help us solve that. We do have content experts both in terms of our facilities team. Our facilities team is organized by the different systems, including we have someone who's in charge of environmental systems as an example, and does some of the climate control and energy efficiency projects for our team. And certainly John Hanlon, our Chief Operating Officer, could provide more detail about how the different teams are structured. There's also different points, as Superintendent mentioned, in the process when we get into the design of schools, that the Public Facilities Department brings on the experts. And there's points we've worked with real estate people to help on the Quincy Upper project, for example, be able to identify parcels to be able to move that project forward. So there are different points in the process where we need to bring on content experts. The other thing that we're trying to do in developing a more predictable and sustainable process is build our own internal muscles around these different project areas.
And that's what I'm asking specifically.
And so we do, there's been a lot of learning for us over the last few years of Build BPS. The facilities assessment was a good starting point. We now have a process that we can replicate in terms of assessing our school buildings and keeping that data updated. This has led to us identify certain gaps and things that we are filling in terms of our partnership with the city agencies. We keep mentioning the Public Facilities Department a lot, and that's because we've been coordinating with them more probably over the last year than I think BPS has in years past, and that's something that we're looking forward to diving in and tapping into their expertise, because they're doing these types of projects for libraries and the fire department and the police department. So their expertise in terms of
So
education.
if I may, as an example, so for example, when a project gets approved by the Mass School Building Authority, so when the Dearborn, for example, was approved, in that case, we had the property. The Public Facilities Department, and Rob, you should feel free to step in, but the Public Facilities Department actually assigns a senior project manager that is essentially the project manager as any large real estate and construction firm would have on behalf of the construction at that point. So we have gotten to the point where we have those resources collaboratively across the city. Rob, did you want to add anything?
I would just emphasize that from an intergovernmental relations perspective, piggybacking with what Nate and the superintendent said, we are working ever more closely with our partners in city government. The relationship and the work we're doing with Build BPS and many other things intersects, I think, more than people think. And so this work around Build BPS will be strong working relationships with BPDA. The Public Facilities Department, as mentioned, Chief Brophy, the Chief of Operations, is in regular conversations with us directly in our team about the aspects of this work. We will be intersecting regularly with the Inspectional Services Department as we work around permitting and other zoning and other issues, as well as departments such as the Public Works Department, the Boston Transportation Department. Because we're one city, these all intersect the work we're doing in Build BPS. And I can't emphasize enough what Nate said about how more closely we are working, briefing each other every day, having regular meetings. We will be doing regular meetings monthly to make sure that all the interconnected departments in city government are talking with each other as this process moves forward, because that's critical to a smooth operation of moving this Build BPS program forward.
So 2 reactions to that, both your earlier point, Nate, and this point here. In the blue book that we received, I don't remember how long ago that, the Build BPS blue book, one of the recommendations or one of the proactive measures was really working closely with facilities, but both within the district and also within the city. So when I was asking about kind of that proactive nature of the content experts, that's the piece that it's helpful for me to see some facilities people in front of us as we're talking about the plan, including 5 categories of projects, if that makes sense. Because facilities is the content expertise in these projects. The other reaction to you, Rob, is again, as we're presenting this to the public, you just listed intergovernmental agencies that are really, really critical. We need a slide of all of those intergovernment agencies so that the students can see the slides, that we're not making decisions in a vacuum, and that's something I know, Ms. Perrell, you and I had talked about. Letting people understand the vast amount of resources and work and expertise and professionals who are behind every decision that we are thinking about and considering. So if it is possible that one of the slides moving forward includes all of those agencies, so that students know, most importantly, because they're the ones greatly impacted, and they see there are 10 agencies that are helping to guide the work.
It's a great idea.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you for your presentation thus far. I need to go back, though, to the critical issues that we started talking about, how the initial decisions are made, and with mostly to think about the fact that we are making one set of decisions about fixing buildings, but we're not really talking about the critical issues for the people who are in those buildings right now is what's happening to their communities. And if this is the way that we're beginning this process, there are going to be more communities at each step of this work that are going to be impacted. So how can we sort of step back and come up with literally a two-tiered level, but how do we help keep communities together? And I had said to one of my colleagues tonight earlier, given the natural disasters that have been having around the country, what if a tornado hit Boston Latin School? We would not be talking about dispersing that community and moving on. We would be figuring out how to keep that community solid no matter where it went. And so the question is why we're not affording that same kind of respect to all of our schools, regardless of where we may feel they are in strengths or not, but they still are communities. And we heard a lot of that tonight in terms of, with a day's notice, having all these students come back that had been part of the McCormick community, et cetera, who very articulately talked about what that community had meant, and they weren't thinking so much about the walls and things, but about that. So I think we cannot lose sight of that real experience over the next 10, 20 years of this project, because every time we go into a building, there's going to be a set of people who love it just the way it is and don't see the new whatever in the same way as losing a favorite teacher or the kinds of experiences. And particularly as we talk about our kids as being very needy, these are their needs. Mm-hmm. Their social emotional needs are as important, or if not more important, actually, for them to feel included. So I feel like we've got to really figure out what we're doing there, because it will be exciting to see the new buildings come, but not if people feel like they've been displaced because somebody better is coming to take their place, but that they've all got to just feel comfortable. So that's my first reaction. And then I guess following that is, at this point in time, given what we've seen today, I'm wondering whether schools are either breathing sighs of relief that their names aren't appearing here, or are they worried when the next shoe is going to drop? So at what point do we provide every school with a sort of a plan, their 3 to 5 year plan that says, here's what we're thinking about you. So if we're thinking about mergers, if we're thinking about two, school plans, how are we beginning to help the people who will be impacted by that begin to be part of the constructive conversations, to be thinking about those kinds of plans, instead of just, either having a knee-jerk reaction or worrying that something is coming down the pipe. Mm-hmm. How are we really talking to all of our schools as we're beginning this process?
So in the case of the middle school reconfigurations, part of the rationale for announcing now that our plan is to phase out our 6 standalone middle schools.
Can I just say something there? I don't want to interrupt you, but the words phase out tells me it's the end of something, versus if we're talking about transitioning them to something else, because I think people feel like if I phase out, I'm now completely not there, but I don't think that's what we mean. We're trying to reconfigure those grades to better or to more appropriate for now situations. So how can we make sure the language we use is positive versus
That's right.
dismissive?
And so it's leveraging our existing middle school buildings to be able to serve our communities better, knowing that in Boston, the grade configurations we want to get to are having a single transition point, either K6, 7-12, or K8, 9-12. This is the result of over 10 years of reconfigurations that have sort of softened the ground underneath our existing middle schools. So part of what we're trying to do is get out from the path where it's an announcement that people feels like is a done deal that's announced quickly. And even with the West Roxbury closure, we didn't give people a day's notice. We are notifying them that we are proposing the closure for 2 months from now for us to have a conversation. This is not the timeline that we want to operate on going forward.
Mr. Cooter, we're proposing a decision 2 months from now, as opposed to a closure 2 months from now. We're proposing, just to be clear, a closure at the end of the school year.
Yes. The closure is at the end of the school year. I was a part of the process the last time West Roxbury Academy's name came up for closure. It happened much later. It was incredibly disruptive and was very difficult to have any type of authentic engagement. That's part of the reason for us to be able to start the process in early October, mid-October, for the decision to be made in December, for us to have the transition in place before school choice happens, for us to be able to help support the kids in the transition throughout the spring for them. This is not, again, where we want to be going forward. So what we are signaling with the McCormick proposal is that we're getting out of the cycle of people not knowing where they are in the pipeline. And to be able to say, okay, McCormick, this is an 18-month engagement before the decision's going to be, an 18-month engagement before the closure happens, or the change to the school community. Because what we want to do is be able to reconfigure and then modernize that building for a 712 high school. However, the proposal ends up becoming. And then for the other middle schools, we're signaling now that the conversation is going to be starting, and we're going to go out to the community and say, in order for the transformation to happen to your schools, here's what needs to happen first, and here's how we're going to prepare the community in transition to hear how we can use the buildings more effectively to serve the students and to meet the needs of the school communities. By breaking up also by neighborhoods, we're able to then set a timetable for each neighborhood for their major projects. We've mentioned 12 major projects over the course of 10 years. That means that most school communities, the conversation about what's happening to them this is a long-standing conversation. So we want to be in a place where we are starting this. I do think we owe more school communities a better assessment in terms of not just the facilities assessment that we did, but also a viability assessment to say, if we saw an enrollment decline in your neighborhood, this is how vulnerable you are to seeing budget cuts and enrollment declines. In some neighborhoods, there are some schools that are the most popular, and it's very clear that if there's a 100-student decline in enrollment in that neighborhood, that school is going to continue to have the same enrollment patterns. And then in other neighborhoods or in other schools, they can't go through that same experience. So we want to try and present that information to school communities so that they can start to think about what is our path towards sustainability, what is our vulnerability to enrollment shocks, and then also how do we reconfigure our buildings so that if thousands of students start moving into the city, we have a place to enroll them and we know where we can predictably expand capacity. This is a complicated issue that we're trying to roll out and engage in parts, mostly because it's something that the out years, 3-4 years out, we need to reassess where we're at in enrollment patterns, reassess the impact of our new buildings and our new student assignment plan, and then be able to modify based on these governing principles or these proposed principles that we've put before you. So I'm not sure I fully answered that as clearly as I would have liked, but I think the thing is we are moving to a place where we're giving you more information about your school and what will affect your neighborhood, and then we're trying to be more transparent and put out more sort of information about each of your schools so that you can engage in the process and be more thoughtful and not feel like you're reacting to the latest situation the district's putting you in.
I understand it in theory, but I'm also thinking about the actual impact on what's happening on a day-to-day basis. And what we do in this first round is going to set the tone for expectation and experience for all of the rest of the projects to come. And I guess the question is, I know we're still talking about that we are making proposals, but we heard tonight from both of those existing communities with students and their needs, and in many of the needs that students identified are real in terms of their overall experiences. They're trying to finish out their high school time in terms of what it means to be moved, et cetera. I don't think we've gone back as a body to look at the impact in the past of when we've had school closures or mergers or things and what has been the impact on students. But this is a large number of kids, and so I think really looking carefully and listening carefully to those concerns and making sure that we're aware of how those things get mitigated is going to be important. I think on the other hand, with the McCormick, has stated that they have been proactive working with the district as they were aware of the changes coming. And I guess the question, where and how do we see the voices of existing communities who know that they need to transition? How are they encouraged to participate? And what is the plan for them, particularly given the nature of who those students are currently in those buildings? Because as much as I'm for worrying about the future, I'm really worrying more about the present students to make sure their experience is not compromised because of a future. How do we have to balance both?
Well, Ms. Robinson, let me interject. Yeah, and I think you're asking all the right questions based on, many of the same questions that we've heard from the public tonight. I think a lot of that, however, is addressed in the specific portions of the presentation that the district's prepared with respect to specifically WREC as well as the McCormick. And so I think a lot of that can probably be answered when we get back to those
Okay.
initial.
wait.
And then we'll come back. If there's further questions after that, I think we'll come back. I want to go to Ms. Oliver Davila next, and then I know Dr. Uriarte has a question as well. And then we'll continue with the presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. I know that was a lot of work, so thank you. And thank you, Superintendent Perot, because I think what your language and the way that you've laid out the process, I hope that people understand that we're having a conversation and we're having all these meetings to hear back from people, hear back from communities, and that at the end of the day, we want to come to a place where there's going to be some hard choices, but there's also going to be compromises, and that we're going to hear the whole thing. So I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that we have something to look at. I know sometimes it feels like we can't win if we just say there's going to be a plan, and then people tell us you don't have a plan, then we put a plan, and so I do appreciate having something. It's a starting point, so thank you. My comments, I have a couple comments. I'll try to be quick because I know it's late at night, but I do have some questions and comments. A couple of comments are that in all of these plans, I don't see any conversations with community partners themselves. So, for example, my organization works with the Timilty, and we have a 21st Century Learning Grant for middle school, and we've had that for years. And so I just give that as an example of, like, if middle schools are transitioning, then what happens to the partners? Or just to give an example that I think we often forget there's another world that's supporting schools, and so we should be including them in our conversations. The other thing is, I just want to say thank you to all the middle school staff, because I have been saying for years how forgotten middle school is. And it's such a challenging time. Nobody ever wants to go back to middle school. You couldn't pay me $1 million to go back to middle school. It's a tough time with the hormones and the changes, early adolescence, all of that. So I just want to say thank you to middle school staff. And I think the other piece is talking to our families, I think in a much more, in a way that's more compelling for families to understand why we're making some of these changes with middle schools, and really talking about how the transitions, that what happens academically, socially, behaviorally, all of that. And I would also say, we pay so much attention to early education, and I'm not anti-early education, but the middle school is, very deep in my heart, and I don't feel like we focus on it as much as we do like early education, and it's a very critical time. It's, 9th grade, we know once you hit that, and, we already know the predictors of dropping out. So middle school is so important, and I want to see whichever way, the K to 6, K to 8, or 7 to 12, that the middle school, that we're really designing programs that are specific to middle school students and the place that they're at emotionally, socially, et cetera. And then my questions are around the closing of West Roxbury. I do feel, I don't really understand the closure piece. I understand the building piece. I get that, and we don't want to put anybody in any kind of unsafe situation. I totally understand that. But given that we've known this for some time, I wonder if there's a way we can compromise. So I'm glad we're going to have a conversation with the school community. If there's some compromise, I don't know what that looks like, whether it's, you know, having that school community stay together and in another building, but you're not adding more grades, and then they still get to go back to West Roxbury with a larger cohort. I don't know, but it just seems like, you know, I know we all care about our students, but I know if my daughter was a junior there and she had, you know, 1 year left, that if she had to go through that, I mean, that's really concerning. So I don't know what the answer is, but I just want us to be open to working with the community, the school community, and the community in general. My other concern is that creating a very swanky school in West Roxbury always makes me nervous. And I wonder if that's going to be an attractor factor in a neighborhood that has so many resources already. And so it's just a question mark for me of what's going to happen over time. And I just put that on the table. That's my mind at work that has some conspiracy theories sometimes. And I know we're not doing that, but I just want to put that on the table, that how do we guarantee that the school remains a diverse place, you know, that has ELL students and has students of color? And then my other comment is just, again, going back to the McCormick. I understand we've had these conversations for a long time, and I understand why, again, the enrollment piece. I don't know that having the McCormick go to a turnaround school, I feel like we've done that before with other schools, and it hasn't helped that turnaround school. So I just would like to hear more about the why, just to understand a little bit better. And again, I'm really glad we're having all these conversations, and I really I hope that community in general, not just school, but community as a whole, comes out to these meetings, and that we can all brainstorm together and we can come to compromise. And I understand, even though I'm saying all of these things, I also understand that we have some hard choices that we're going to have to make, and that we're not going to be able to please everybody. At the end of the day, there's choices we have to make based on buildings, based on fiscal, based on enrollment, and all of those things have to come together. So I say that, but understanding too that we do have those hard decisions to make. Thank you.
Thank you. So those were lots of good questions, but guiding us to, I think, the right part of the conversation. So we are, I think, at this point going to shift to, I'm sorry, did you have more? We were going to move to the West Roxbury, or did you want to go to your questions first? But it sounds like there are a lot of questions about that.
I can wait.
Thank you, Doctor.
No, I mean, I don't want to be shut back again.
I do.
I misunderstood the direction.
What's that?
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No, not at all. I think we're going to jump around a little bit because there are a lot of questions about West Roxbury, and I think the West Roxbury complex recommendations are the kind of pattern that we are attempting to get out of. So that's why I think we want to go to that conversation, and then we'll come back up to the middle schools more broadly, the interconnectedness, and the McCormick. I do want to say one thing, though, before we forget, Ms. Oliver Davila, which is that, to your point, I think we are all very focused on the importance and the proper support for middle grades and the remarkable work of middle grades teachers, even while we're recognizing that, as Nate had pointed out, our middle schools have suffered enrollment losses over the past decade as a result both of our Boston's own expansion of K-8, but also outside our control, the growth of charter schools opening at 5th, 6th, and 7th. So when we come back to a conversation about middle grades or this, we have the opportunity to look at building new buildings. I think there are opportunities to look at how we protect the experience of middle graders inside of schools. So I want to put a pin in that when we return to the McCormick. But for the
You're gonna return to it today? I just realized that you just stepped right over and went into
We are
West
returning to it
Roxbury.
this
Yeah.
evening, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're skipping forward, given all the questions around the West Roxbury Education Complex.
Uh-huh. We are gonna be able to talk about the McCormick as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
So on the,
About the McCormick.
yeah, we can take it in either order, whatever people
No,
prefer.
no, please do.
Okay.
With the West Roxbury.
But on the topic of the West Roxbury Education Complex, the goal of Build BPS is to get, as Nate was saying earlier, Boston into a planful approach to its buildings and facilities that are responsive to enrollment, are responsive to demographics, and prioritize putting buildings where they are most needed to meet the needs of our students. The recommendation about the West Roxbury Education Complex is a vestige of how Boston has been doing business in the past, and is exactly the habit and the pattern that we need to break by getting on a predictable building cycle, by getting on a predictable capital repair cycle. Obviously, Build BPS is a significant financial investment in the health and development of our buildings. But absent that, Boston has struggled for a very long time with consistent and regular investments in its buildings. And what we are seeing at the West Roxbury Educational Complex is the result of that. So the recommendation that we are making about closing the West Roxbury Educational Complex and these two schools at the end of the current school year is driven primarily and especially in terms of timing by critical facility issues. So the complex has been in poor condition for years. We all know that. We've all known that. And the students themselves and the teachers have known that. Despite repairs each year, and I do want to point out that in the past school year, the 17-18 school year, the Boston Public Schools did make roof repairs to West Roxbury. In 2016, they approached the Massachusetts School Building Authority for a new roof on that building. The Massachusetts School Building Authority turned that down because the rest of the building was not sufficiently strong that they would put a brand new roof on it. They have standards around the duration of a building, and that did not meet the standards, so they turned that down. BPS last year made roof repairs to the building. As we learned this summer, over the course of the winter, particularly with the torrential March rains, those repairs did not hold sufficiently. There are leaks, there's mold, there are damage to the roof that accelerated more rapidly or deteriorated more rapidly than apparently anticipated. When I arrived in early July, inspectional service, shortly after I arrived, about the first 10 days, inspectional services, and I do want to say for a moment that I do believe he just had to depart, but Brian McLaughlin of the Public Facilities Department was here earlier this evening, and we will be able to bring him back, as we will Commissioner Christopher of the Inspectional Services Department to speak more deeply about these things. But at that point in July, Inspectional Services informed me that the building had deteriorated to such a point that it would not be able to be opened in September. And because there are capstones on top of the West Roxbury Educational Complex, which were in danger of crumbling and falling down, they were concerned that they would be a danger to staff and students. So at that point, the choice that was before us was to close a school serving more than 700 students in August. And there is, if this feels like an emergency and an urgent situation, and it is, that was unmanageable. And so The choices that we faced were to do do emergency repairs so that inspectional services could certify, as they did, that the building was safe for students and staff, but that did nothing to improve the environment. It simply stopped any safety issues, but it did not improve the environment. And their certification is that would basically delay the problems in the building by about a year. And so operating on that, could it last a little longer? Maybe, but at this point, it is a pretty critical issue. And we would have to, and in any case, their recommendation was that would allow a year where we could do a planful transition of students. And so that is how we got to this stage. Even more substantial repairs that would keep the building open for a number of years, our estimates are that would be about $11 million, which we would absolutely do. Build BPS could do that. That, too, would not transform the interior of the building. It would not be a new design. It would simply be fixing the exterior of the building. So the investment required to really, unfortunately, this building is a candidate to be completely torn down and rebuilt. And that puts it into a full-scale Build BPS project. The average high school, we do believe this should be a high school. So the average high school would be about $100 million. They generally take about 5 to 7 years, and that is the reason that we are at this point of recommending the closure of the 2 schools.
I'm sorry, I understand that, I get the whole building piece.
Yep.
I guess my question is more, despite the building having to close, the students that we have now, is if there was a way that we could keep them together.
Correct.
And have them graduate together,
Yep.
that's more my question, so sorry if I was not
Yep.
clear.
And that is exactly where our focus turned as well. Oh, my goodness, so there we go.
The lights will return in just a moment.
Okay. So, and at this point, it might be helpful, in the dark, it's hard to tell if John Hanlon is in the room. Yes, there he is. So, John, you may want to make your way up. But what I will say is that we looked and have looked at multiple different options. And I'll just, at the highest level, say we looked at several different options. One was, could you move both schools? And this is a large school, over 700 students. We do not have that sort of available swing space. And even things like, so that one we know would be enormously challenging. Then our options were, could we move one of the 2 schools, which would also be a very difficult choice, but could we move one of them? We also looked at, could we move just the 11th and 12th grade of both schools, which is still a significant number, but rather the rising 11th and 12th graders. And then to return back to the early issue about equity of program placement, these 2 schools combined have a significant number of specialized strands of highly vulnerable and highly fragile students with special needs, about 200, but about 138 of the most fragile students in a number of different programs, including the significant autism program that we heard about tonight, but also 3 or 4 others. And so those were the choices. In terms of swing space, I think I will turn things over to John and Nate to talk about the options, but we did look at all of our available buildings. And we can continue, part of the discussion will be to continue to do that, but the current recommendation was looking at those 3 choices, which were the ones that could fit into available swing space, and how would we best meet the needs of those students.
Okay, can I take?
Yeah.
I wanted to follow up on Alex's question, which hasn't been answered. One thing is the building, and I think all of us can totally agree with you that it's a correct decision. The other question is the programs, and why are the programs being closed?
So I'll try to provide some additional detail to the swing space question and any other facilities repairs questions or anything along those lines that are necessary. As Superintendent Perill pointed out, it's worth noting that our first priority was always to try to keep the building open, to keep the programs going. That was always going to be our first priority. And in fact, that's why we've continued to invest in the building in recent years, putting more investment into the site than we have in comparable sites across the district. But unfortunately, the reality caught up with us where we got the news from ISD that we could no longer operate the building. Our second priority was then to see if we could find a space anywhere in the district where we could keep the programs going by using it as swing space. What we found was, for a few different reasons, the answers to those questions were no. Number one, we have buildings like the Rogers School, which is one of the very few open buildings, available buildings that we have. The state of disrepair of that building is so far gone that it would not properly house a school, even though it has the right size. We would need to do just as much, if not more, investment to that building to get it to be in a suitable enough condition to house a school. The other vacant building that we have is the Endicott School in Dorchester. That school building is far too small to accommodate either of the school programs that we have. Another consideration that we had, even when looking at only trying to find room for one school and not both, which, as the superintendent pointed out, is an incredibly difficult decision because you're choosing one school community over another. And I don't think I can stress that enough. But even if we were to do that, some folks have pointed out to us that the Dearborn left the Burke this past year. And there's enough space in the top floor of the Burke because roughly the same number of students left the Burke as attend Urban Science Academy. However, the real challenge there from a spatial consideration perspective is the number of students who attend Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy through the substantially separate specialized programs that the superintendent pointed out. And when you factor in those programs and the class sizes that they require, we would not be able to accommodate those students in the Burke, nor any of the other spaces that we looked at. And we did look at a few other schools from a spatial perspective. One of the other schools that was proposed to us along the way was Excel High School. And just to make sure this is clear, yes, we are proposing that the 7th and 8th grades, the rising 7th and 8th grades from the McCormick could go to Excel. That is not to suggest that there was enough space at Excel for either of the total enrollments of Urban Science Academy or West Roxbury Academy. We found that that was not the case. We also found that making a cohesive 7 to 12 at that site would be better, even if there were space, than having two co-located high schools in that facility. Those were the predominant reasons why, even when we looked at space that we thought might be reasonable, we ended up coming up with solutions that, quite frankly, did not work.
John, could you just mention the numbers of students comparatively speaking? Because I think it's significant. So the numbers of 7th and 8th graders versus either Urban Science Academy or West Roxbury, because we're talking different numbers in terms of what we would be trying to match.
I don't have the numbers for the 7th and 8th graders at McCormick in front of me right now. I do know that, roughly speaking, we have 750 total students at Urban Science Academy, West Roxbury Academy, roughly 300 at Urban Science, roughly 450 at West Roxbury, and roughly 500 total students outside of the current senior class. So it would have been a total of 500 would be looking across both schools to cite in any one school community. I don't know. Do you know the 7th and 8th numbers?
We're estimating that the 6th and 7th grade that will become the 7th and 8th grade to move into the Excel building, it's somewhere between 210 and 240 students. And the other factor in terms of swing space, it requires more space to be able to swing in a school community that is a standalone community in a co-located building than it does to integrate schools, communities, because you're integrating the schedule, you're leveraging some of the same specialist teachers for things like physical education or some of the arts. And so the ability to put 200 7th and 8th graders or 250 7th and 8th graders in Excel is possible, but swinging those students in as a standalone school is not possible. And that's just sort of the interaction between programs and schedules and classroom space, additional space required to operate sort of two standalone school communities. The populations at both Urban Science and West Roxbury Academy have more highly specialized, standalone special education classrooms than did the Dearborn. So even though we're looking at roughly 300 students at the Dearborn, roughly 300 students at Urban Science, they're not served in the same number of classrooms. And that's because the class size, the contractual class size max for a high school general education class is 31 students. For inclusion classes, it's less, but for a specialized program, it's at most 12 students in a single classroom. So you need 3 times as many classrooms to serve the same number of students that are general education as special education. And so that presents a more nuanced and complicated calculus. And so a lot of the times when we look at this, we first start by looking at what were the peak enrollment at these schools. You know, what's the most number of students that we served in English? What's the most number of students we've ever served at Brighton? Then we go back and we walk the classrooms and see how they're utilizing the space, and we compare the complexity of the programs they have now to the complexity of the programs they had at their peak enrollment. And what we find is our excess capacity is not just sitting in an empty floor or an empty wing of a building. It's across the way that they utilize the classrooms. It's in multiple parts of a wing. Buildings are often have all the science labs in one area, and they'll departmentalize across different areas. So it really is a site-by-site assessment for which we send our teams out, and we do this assessment to really closing our school. This is our last resort. We don't come forward with this lightly. This is an incredibly disruptive and disheartening thing to have to do, which is why we're trying to get out of the business of doing it in this way. And if we had another proposal to put forth in terms of the space, that's what we would be talking about tonight.
I'm going to have us continue and talk about some of the other, with that as the basis for where the analysis landed. We are ending up bringing to you a recommendation that the transition recommendation focus on protecting the placement of these highly vulnerable, highly specialized special education strands into the available space in the district, and then focus our efforts with all of the students at West Roxbury in developing extensive plans to support the transition of other West Roxbury Academy and USA Academy students to a range of existing high schools. And so I just want to talk briefly through how we would approach that, and then we'll return to the slide about the equity impact. So our initial plans, which we are developing, include putting extensive support resources on site from central office to work with the existing staff at both schools to make referral and assignment specialists available on site for each of the students to conduct transcript reviews. So we are looking at what are the choices available to students, how do they match up with the students' aspirations. It also includes assignment preference for the West Roxbury educational students, personal assistance with applications to the special admission high schools, and additional resources for the schools who might be receiving significant numbers of West Roxbury students. This also includes careful planning with our union partners related to staff needs as well. So I know there are a lot of questions about where would the students go, which is our first and initial focus, but also where the staff would go, and we absolutely recognize the important interplay between those two, but have to respect the impact bargaining process that we would engage in with our union partners, but then closely monitor how those might match up. The other pieces to this work is that we are talking with all of the high school headmasters citywide about their ability to transition and take a number of West Roxbury students, and we are specifically engaging in this conversation both with our selective enrollment high schools as well as with our open enrollment high schools. So I think the history and the pattern here is that students are assigned to wherever there are open seats, and that is a cycle, again, that is challenging for some of our students who are coming, who should have access to a broader range of our high school placements. So we are looking to have conversations, but that means also helping them in the application process, as well as giving them a preference in the lottery and assignments such that they would be processed in round one, ahead of siblings as well. Normally, high school students are processed in round two, so this would give West Roxbury students significant access. The questions you heard tonight are questions we've already started surfacing from the students around valedictorians, around college transcripts, around college applications. So these are all the questions that we are turning our resources to for the West Roxbury students. I will say just quickly that we are also looking at not just on-site transition supports in the school, also community outreach in neighborhoods where families attending the West Roxbury campuses live. We've talked about guidance support, and we're also looking at the ability for extending the transfer date, which normally is in mid-November, so that students from these schools would have an ability to consider transferring to schools this school year, should they wish to, as well as transportation support. And then finally, sitting down with our union partners to develop supports for our teachers and staff. We are also looking at opening a, we will bring to the committee a recommendation for a transition fund that would serve the purpose of providing additional resources for the students and school community, both during this year as they're transitioning, and then the subsequent year, depending on where they arrive. So those are, that is the initial plan, as well as frequent interactions with the school communities. There's one more slide in here that I want to speak to. And Monica, do you want to take that one?
I was actually prepared to.
Oh, great. Sorry. Go, Nate.
So the first thing I just want to mention at the start of the school committee meeting tonight, the equity impact statement that we provided to the school committee was not available. There are copies now outside on the table for people to review, and we will again post these resources online for people to be able to download and review. The first thing to know on the equity analysis for the West Roxbury closure is that this was not a proposal that we're putting together because we wanted to, or this is part of the overall Build BPS plan. This is a reaction to a school facility situation. And so in terms of timing, we received information from ISD over the summer that we had an issue. We then took the measures to fix the issue and to do a better assessment this fall. At the same time, we began to do some planning to be able to offer more information about assessment of swing space, review the programs, and identify places where high-needs special ed students could transfer. It was at that point that we were also coming up to our overall presentation on Build BPS, and we felt like now was the time that we needed to provide the information to the school community and to the school committee to be able to react to. This means that we didn't have a lot of the details worked out, but we didn't want to wait until we had a perfect answer before we began to engage the community, knowing that they were going to give us important feedback and request additional information and preparation for us to do that. Throughout this, our lens has been to look at the different questions on this slide, which include how do we transfer English learners and students in specialized strands as part of their special education programs, and how will that impact their outcomes? We need to be able to look at students who have experienced school closures in the past. There are 12 students who are attending the West Roxbury, one of the schools in the West Roxbury Education Complex, who have been a part of a school closure in the past. So this will be the second time that they're going through this kind of disruption. And given that we were not able to find alternative solutions to the building and that closure was the path that we have to go forward for the building, the question becomes, how do we mitigate that impact? And how do we provide additional supports and transitions so that those students are on a path to more successful? So the question for the community and the engagement that we need to do is, how can this be done to best meet the needs of students? Because we're in a position where we know we need to move forward with it. So that's, you know, a brief overview of the type of questions that we're working through in terms of the equity impacts, and how do we mitigate for the situation that we're in.
So why don't we take another pause here, since it feels like we've worked through most of the presentation around the West Roxbury Education Complex, and go back to the committee once again for more questions. Dr. Uriarte, I feel like I've ignored you tonight, and I want to make sure that I come to you first and give you an opportunity if you want to continue the line of questions on West Roxbury right now.
I have more questions about the McCormick, but on this, I think the question for me is the issues that the students are raising, and how the question of mitigation. This doesn't seem to be, you know, detailed enough to really satisfy some of the questions that were coming up today. And again, I mean, I feel that there's like two conversations going on. All of you are constantly talking about buildings. Most of the other folks are talking about communities and keeping, and the consequences of where they're going. And that, you know, it sort of remains unanswered to me. It's clear to me the question about where they're going when we're talking about the two grades in the McCormick going to Excel, which is a school that is in trouble, and where, you know, there are real reasons for concern. So to me, they have real concerns about where they're going to land. It's unclear where a lot of these students are going to land. For example, the program that deals with the program that deals with the students with disabilities. Where exactly are they going to be that they can replicate? Are their teachers going to go with them to those new places? Again, a lot of unanswered. So again, if my son were involved, I would be going out of my mind.
So I'm going to turn this over to Monica, but Dr. Uriarte, just to begin. So the initial conversation with the students is about sharing the news with them, breaking the news, and absorbing their feelings about that before we can begin to work with them in a planful way about what are their options and their choices. So to a certain extent, we are also in the first 48 to 72 hours of sharing the news for them, and not yet at a point where even with as many folks as we had there today, that any students were ready to sit down and talk about their choices. The student choices and student options drive our sense of where they go and then what supports follow them. So our first focus is on providing adult resources and supports to meet individually with students, to do transcript reviews, to work with the staff at West Roxbury, and to begin matching up the opportunities for students with the resources ahead of them. And Monica, do you want to take over from there?
One second. See, this is what really, are you going to have the power to ask some schools, like for example Fenway High School, to leave some slots available for students?
Those are the conversations we are having. When we said we are talking with all of our existing high schools, and Monica, if you want to take over from there. So those are the conversations we're having right now.
So first I want to acknowledge that it is a very challenging thing to inform a community early so that we can start a dialogue and yet not have all the answers that people are seeking. And I think part of what we are trying to do in this process is to understand what the needs are so that as we are planning, we're able to address some of those concerns. So as we had our parent meeting last night, there were a number of ideas that parents came up with and shared with us that we are now responding to and able to say, yes, these are things we can put in place. So it's a parallel process, and because of that, it is challenging. In terms of where students are going, as the superintendent said, we are, looking to work with the students one-on-one. Each student will, by the end of next week, have had a transcript review. We are going to have a team on site really kind of looking at where they are and what their needs are. We are going to be convening very shortly a meeting of our headmasters. They have actually said themselves that they want to step up and think about how they support this. So we are going to be having a conversation about what that looks like. The Office of Asset, so under Dr. Charles Granson, has been looking at where are the best places to take our students who are in specialized programs and to place them. They've been looking at where do we have existing programming, where they might already be supported, which includes some of our schools with an application process. So there is all of this work and analysis already in play so that we can provide these answers. And I understand the challenge is that we don't have all of the answers folks are looking for. Part of what we want to do is make sure that we are providing what people need through this process by sitting and understanding what the needs are.
And we can come back to this, this body as those plans begin to take shape, because we are operating under when we could notify them. So before, we notified them ahead of you, but not so far ahead. And the same is true of our school leaders. So that's why we are in active conversation with the citywide school leaders to match up the resources for these students.
So I want to piggyback.
Dean.
Yes. Because we are talking about a couple of different conversations, to your point, Dr. Uriarte, and I appreciate this. It's tough to make decisions when you're also like trying to run the, move the train along. The train that has moved along has been ISD coming. So I need to just go back to that. Prior to this summer, has ISD come and communicated such grave concerns about West Roxbury Academy? Does John need to answer that?
He certainly can, but the answer is no, however.
So prior to this year, we have not heard such grave concerns about the West Roxbury Educational Complex.
So thank you for your question. We have been aware for some time of the condition of the building, and as Superintendent Pearl mentioned, in 2016 we had submitted for a new roof project at the building through the MSBA. Unfortunately, that proposal was declined, although they are not explicit in their responses. The clear implication was that the scope of work necessary at that building was extensive enough so as to not be worth it for them to fund a new roofing project. We continue to try to keep the building going with investments in several repairs, not just to the roof, but to masonry, to ceiling tiles, to carpeting, to electrical systems, to security systems, to the HVAC system. Just last year, we put $80,000 into a new ventilation fan as part of the heating and cooling system there. So we have been aware of multiple issues at the building. However, we were not aware of any critical emergency status for that building until last summer when ISD informed us of that. Again, we had been operating the same way for several years, knowing that the building was in rough condition, but doing the best we could to provide a safe learning environment for our students and staff, knowing also that if we were to take on all of the building components that needed full care, that it would have required us potentially even a couple years ago to shut the building down and do what we're unfortunately faced with right now. That said, we had not been told by ISD until last summer that the building was in as grave condition as what they reported to us. That level of assessment was a shock to the system. As the superintendent pointed out earlier, it would have been completely unconscionable to even think about shutting a building down in the middle of a summer and informing all the staff and students they could not return just a month later. So we worked with ISD to determine what were the absolute critical musts that we could take on right now. And they worked with us to assess the emergency repairs related to masonry around the ground level, some roof components, including what they call capstones along the perimeter of the roof that were crumbling and creating a safety hazard by falling to the ground below. And then in addition to that, we also addressed some of the interior pieces For example, library carpeting, which had been wet from leaks over the course of the year, ceiling tiles, which had fallen out and needed to be replaced. So we put all that in place in August, and ISD gave us their stamp of approval, so to speak, that that had mitigated the safety and health concerns for the year, but they were equally clear in saying that this practice has to stop because it's beyond this year. They do not see this as being an operable, viable building for our students and staff, not without jeopardizing health and safety.
And just to provide a piece of clarity on that so the public understands, what even brought ISD out there is that each year our schools, public places of assemblies, this building, community centers, get what's called a certificate of inspection, allowing them to continue to operate for one more year. And they come in and inspect key vital things that allow them to say this building's okay to operate for another year.
Right.
Folks often get that confused with the certificate of occupancy. That's issued when the building first comes online.
Right.
That's always good. But when they were out for the certificate of inspection is when they noticed these things, and then again reiterated the greater issues as well. So fix the smaller issues so we can give you a certificate of occupancy to open, which cost over certificate of inspection, thank you, which cost over $300,000, and then they had concerns of addressing bigger issues.
And I applaud you all. When we, heard about this past weekend, I applaud the efforts to make a quick decision so that you wouldn't have to have this shock to the system in August. So I definitely applaud that. The reason why I'm asking just about, the annual inspection is this is information that, again, is helpful to drill down to the community. Dr. Uriarte has mentioned earlier about two different conversations, one about buildings, one about community. The students need to hear this level of details. Look over there, this is what was wrong. Look over there, this is what wasn't working. These things are not working, and it's impacting the health and safety. Somehow this has to be communicated over and over and over again so that they understand, yes, they are not just a building. I heard that loud and clear tonight from the students, but they have to understand the impact of their building. So the reason why I asked about ISD is because it is important for us to note on the record that prior to this year, ISD did not come with such grave concerns that said, if you don't do this within a year, X will happen. So I wanted to understand that prior to this year, what you just communicated was very clear. I appreciate that. The other piece that I wanted to just ask is around the engagement component, because I feel a little bit like deja vu. When we had to make the changes with the Matta Hunt, and we assured families this is going to take place, and this is how we're going to support you all. And then months later, Matta Hunt families came and said, we did not get what you promised. So I want us to really be mindful, because we're not talking about younger learners here, we're talking about older learners who won't have their parents. They may have their parents come to public comment, but they themselves came tonight, over 50 of them, to say you promised that X would happen, and it hasn't happened. So as you're rolling out, those parallel conversations, we just want to be mindful that we'll hear from them in the spring.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why we've tried to be very careful about what we say is we do not want to promise things that we don't follow up on.
Yeah.
And so we've said, tell us what you need so that we can figure out what we can do. And we've already put out some things that we can do, which the superintendent has already gone over in terms of immediate support and immediate thinking, but we do know that there is more work to do. We've had questions like last night, folks asked, could they be on multiple wait lists? So there are lots of ideas generated. Those are things that we are working on, but we do not, to your point, want to promise things that we can do, but we do want to make sure we're supporting each individual student and their process, and that is a commitment that we know we can keep due to support of our entire staff, not just my office.
So the 138, that involves the students in the specialized programs, correct? Was that the number that I heard earlier, 138 students?
I believe so. Let me verify that, but yes, the 138 students is the students who are in the highly specialized special ed
program.
So if one of the desires that we heard tonight was somehow to keep cohorts together, especially for a population of students, as you heard very clearly, autism is one of those special needs that structure and routine is critical. And if we're talking about a disruption to a student, you're also talking about a disruption to the support staff, the teachers, the families. It's a snowball that we just don't want to happen. So out of all of the populations that are most impacted, we can't find in the city of Boston a placement for 138 students.
I'm sorry, we are moving those programs intact.
All of them.
They are not necessarily all going to the same schools, but the programs themselves are moving intact.
That's what I'm trying to ask about.
The
Students.
teachers is a separate conversation, but very closely related, but we have to sit down with our union partners
Right.
to have those conversations. We are aware of the incredibly, and it is our desire as well, but we are aware of the incredibly important nature of the connection between students and teachers. We just have to observe that process with them. But so that is a conversation that we will be having very quickly. Nate, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I would add that so there are different programs that we will be evaluating placement of them and working with schools to take them on as a whole program. There are 60 students in the autism program, and I think it's been referred to multiple times tonight as the Symphonize program.
Yes.
They're doing really great work to include students who are in those highly specialized programs into general education classrooms, to give those students more opportunities to interact with their peers and be in grade level content areas. Whenever we move, because the general education students will have a choice option, inclusion ends up becoming a difficult thing to say we're moving intact, because we don't mandate that the students who were in the inclusion history class then go as a whole program. It would end up being a whole school move. But we are working with other sites to identify that the staff and the programs can move together. Of course, we have to bargain with our union partners. It's not just our ability to come in, and we can't mandate all of these parts. So we're going through the impact bargaining process by notifying the union about this situation. And so each of the different programs we're trying to find and be able to identify schools, and we are, again, pushing on our and working with and collaborating with our higher quality schools, schools like New Mission and the Kennedy, Edward M. Kennedy Health Careers. You know, these are schools that the school leaders that have already stepped forward and said, as soon as they heard that we were in the situation where we're proposing closure, they asked how they can help and how they can take the students from West Roxbury Academy to support them in their transition. And I think we need to work out the details with them. We need to confirm space. We need to impact bargain. And then in the finalized proposal, we'll give the full details. And we, of course, need to engage with the families more closely to make sure that we're not missing some other factor that they want in terms of evaluating program placement as well.
And the work with special education and making sure that.
That was
all of
the
that
we
is-
in that sentence.
And so that is the work that we will be doing very actively now that this is a public conversation that we can have with all of those players. We will be working on that, and we'll be happy to come back and talk to you along the way around those plans, even as you're considering this. But I do want to say to Nate's point that we consider this, as Nate said, this is the absolute last thing that we wish to do, is to close a school in the middle of a year. We realize the very profound impact. It is the pattern we are attempting to break with Build BPS. While there may be school transitions, they should be planful. They should allow for ample time for conversation. And this is not that. And as a result, we consider this a district-wide emergency that we have to move and disrupt students and families in this way, even while protecting some of our more vulnerable learners. It's still a disruption for them as well. And so one thing I will say is that the school leaders in other high schools are also stepping up. We briefed them all fully. We have asked them to step up. We obviously have to make the technical details work, but the early indications that we have are that we are getting that sort of response from them.
One more question.
And then
Um,
and then we
regarding
will
the-
return to the
Because we still have
McCormick.
2.5 reports to
The
go.
spacing, when ISD came to communicate the Rogers, what was the cost of the building and the repairs that you can recall? Or could you
know
find
what, I
that
can
and get
take
that
this one
back
if
to
if I
us?
can just interject. You know, the Rogers is a separate animal. That building, from what I recall, and Chief of Staff Consalvo, I think you might be able to interject here. The Rogers has a critical issue with respect to fire sprinkling, and that's a big investment that goes along with bringing that building up to code to be able to have any sort of educational program within it. And so maybe that can be just sort of the short answer. If there's some further context we want to jump into, we might want to hold on that until we get to the end, because I do want to make sure that we get to the rationale for the renovations and reconfigurations, and specifically what the proposals are with respect to the McCormick here before we move on to our very patiently waiting Office of Equity back there for the final report of the evening.
Sure, that's fine. If you could just come back with just some of the facts and figures from the Rogers and the Endicott, that would just help to understand when ISD comes and says, this is so grave, you must do something about it. It helps us understand a pattern of decisions. So that's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Happy to do that.
So Nate, Rob, Monica, I want to suggest you go back to renovations and reconfigurations and pick up where we left off, and walk us through what you want to do with middle schools and are proposing specifically with respect to the McCormick.
So that's slide 21.
Several parts of this we've already discussed, so I'll try not to be too redundant. I want to clarify first what the proposal is, and then also clarify the process that we went through to come to this initial proposal. So the proposal is that the McCormick building closes at the end of next school year, which would be in June of 2020, to undergo a 2-year construction project and open a 7-12 high school in that same site in somewhere in the neighborhood of fall 2022. We're not proposing a brand new high school. What we are proposing is to have one of our existing high schools, after we do an application process, move into the new 712 building and expand to a 712. So this does not add capacity overall in the district, 9 through 12. It adds an additional high-quality 712 pathway at the end. I will also just note that part of the rationale for this proposal going first is that the students who are disrupted by it, which is the current McCormick students who will be moving into the Excel building, will have the opportunity in 2 years to move back into the newly renovated building, because it's still in the same neighborhood. They could still choose, and it will be at the start of the point at which many of them will be starting high school in 9th grade. So when we started the process to evaluate Build BPS and come up with the major buckets of work, because we've said that the new builds and major expansions are 5 to 7 year projects, we wanted to evaluate what were the ways that we could leverage our existing buildings to start to make change to our district footprint and benefit the system overall. And that presented the opportunity for our standalone middle schools, all of whom have seen declining enrollment over the last 3 years in particular, and where we have underutilized building space. So we know that all of our middle schools have seen peak enrollments much higher than what you're seeing now. As we expand other options, both K to 8s, as we've expanded, we've only done one 712 so far recently and New Mission, but when we opened that, we saw further declines in enrollment. And of course, the charter school expansion that we've gone through over the last 10 years, which has expanded 5 to 12 options throughout the city, have all led to the situation where our middle schools are from an enrollment perspective, our most vulnerable schools. As soon as options come online for families to choose something different, they have elected to do so throughout our system. And so we've heard a push from elementary schools that they want to add the 6th grade. We knew that if we just started to say yes to the 6th grade and add them to the many K-5 communities in every neighborhood in the city, some of whom have space, some of whom who don't, that we would have, again, unintended consequences of handing out further enrollment reductions, which leads to cuts to programs and further decline in our middle schools. So what we wanted to do is come up with a action plan that is proactive, that is disruptive, but it is the hard decision to reconfigure proactively rather than the slow decline that we have seen when we did our K-8 expansion. And so what we started with, there's 6 schools that we could have chosen from. The 6 standalone middle schools, the Irving, the Edwards, the Frederick, the Up Boston, which is in the old Gavin building, and
Timilty.
the Timilty. Thank you. I should have that in front of me again as I quiz myself at 10 o'clock at night.
11:30.
It's 11:30.
Yeah. So you're forgiven.
What happened to the last hour
Our
and a half?
presentation, wow.
So we started and we looked at what are the possibilities for configuring the schools. And so for any given middle school, the question we look at is, if they're not attending school in that building, or does the building need to be reconfigured, and on what timeline would it be reconfigured? So the Frederick is the building that would take the least amount of time to reconfigure. It was built in 2003, and it was explicitly designed to make reconfiguration easier. There's a lot of information on the Mass School Building Authority's website about the Model School Build program that basically says, when you build a high school, or when you build a new school, you need to build it flexibly so that it can both expand enrollment if you need it, contract enrollment if you experience it, repurpose it for a community purpose if it's needed. There's a lot of ways to think about building design that we didn't have in the 1940s when we built our buildings that we now know. And in 2003, when they launched those new buildings, they built them with the ability to do fast, rapid reconfigurations. And so we feel like that's a project that could be reconfigured either into a K-6 or a 7-12 over the course of a summer. The other buildings, much longer projects. That's where we came up with a timeline, the initial estimate of a 2-year construction project for the McCormick. So then we evaluate, once we've identified, okay, how long of a project would it be, and does the building need to be completely emptied before we can begin the reconfiguration? We looked at where can the 6th, 7th, and 8th grader enrollment patterns go? And it's not just about the students who are in the building now, but those buildings serve as pathways for students coming out of schools. So we looked at where the 6th graders can enroll, and could we add 6th grade to all of the K-5s in the area? And where do the 7th and 8th graders go, either in a 7-12 experience, or would we look at other K-8 experiences and expansions as well? That was another part of the calculation. When we looked at some of our middle school buildings, almost all of our middle school buildings, it required construction projects or other major expansion projects to be completed first before the reconfiguration can begin, which means it's step 2 in a process of reconfiguration, which is why you hear it out in the path. If we could have started at the Irving and done the reconfiguration, that might have been our proposal coming forward, but we know we need additional elementary space in Rosendale before we can then do the reconfiguration. So then once we've identified which are even possibilities for reconfiguration in the path forward, we then sought to understand what's the equity impact of that, and we did that in 2 ways. The first was, for any given move, would the students who are disrupted benefit from the eventual new building that's opened? In the different scenarios that we were evaluating, only the McCormick was available for the students to move back into. And so this is a place where it is disruptive to them, but they could benefit from the new 7-12 that opens. Then we looked at, are we taking middle school seats? And our middle schools serve some of our highest need population, both with special education and students who are a higher percentage of students of color, higher percentage of students who are low income, higher percentage of students who are higher on our opportunity index rating. What we wanted to evaluate was if you are reconfiguring the building to a K-6, or you are expanding K-6 on area elementary schools, does the profile of the students who benefit from that move roughly match with the profile of the students who are being displaced? Again, the schools in South Boston are serving, the elementary schools in South Boston are serving a profile of students that roughly matches the profile of students at the McCormick. I know we think of South Boston as this very expensive, you couldn't rent an apartment there if I wanted to, and it's a neighborhood where we are seeing declining enrollment because there's not that many school-aged children in the neighborhood, but the students who are currently served in those K-5s are students of color, are low-income students, and they would benefit from these K-6 predictable pathways. That's part of the reason that we approached it. And then third, and I probably should have started with this, but we wanted to look at our special education students and the programs that we have, and we wanted to look at our English language students and the programs that they have. And we did not want to be in a situation where we were expanding K-6 at the expense of expansion of English language learner programs. We did not want to be expanding K-6 if we couldn't also be offering that K-6 pathway to our special education students. In the past, we've made decisions that have displaced or made it harder to place our special needs students and give them opportunities in our high-performing schools. That was something we put as a non-negotiable in this path. When you start to put these constraints on any move, your options drop significantly. And so then the lens that everybody wanted as part of this is, let's start our 7-12 expansion with high-performing high schools. We've heard this a lot tonight. Excel is a turnaround school. Why are you starting this with a 7-12 at a turnaround school? The reality is that the schools that we identified as high-performing targets for 7-12 do not have space in their buildings to be able to accommodate these students, which means that if we want to move forward on any reconfiguration of any middle school that doesn't wait for a new building to open in 5 to 7 years, this is our path forward. So we're starting this conversation, and we recognize this is a complicated and not simple pathway to get to a reconfiguration state. What we're saying is, we want to take a year and a half. This is our initial proposal. Evaluate it, because we could come back and people could say, let's wait for new buildings. We can wait 5 to 7 years and we can continue to have middle schools that people are asking us to. But there's going to be a lot of K-5 communities who are going to come back and saying, you really want me to wait 5 to 7 years before you allow us to move forward to a K-6 pathway, which, by the way, we've been asking for 5 to 6 years. And so we're in this tough situation, which is we, as a district, want to be making immediate moves to make our district footprint smarter and more responsive to enrollment patterns. But the first steps we have to make are difficult ones. And so we've put this proposal together. This is our best thinking and our latest thinking. We're putting it forward with time to have the conversation, with options for our community to engage in, genuine options to engage in, but how we can implement this. And again, if we could have started this with a 7-12 high performing by expanding one of the most popular high schools in the city, we certainly would. What we are asking for is to push forward with the 7-12 expansion of Excel, knowing that the school that's going to move into the McCormick building will be one of our high-performing schools, where we are going to require of them serving our students in English language programs and requiring of them serving our highest needs students, because that's going to be the first step in being eligible for any new building.
Go ahead.
So this is our proposal. Again, at the same time that we reconfigure the McCormick. So the students from the McCormick in the current 6th and 7th grade will be the 7th and 8th graders to enroll in Excel. We are bargaining with our partners around teachers We will, at the same time, the area feeder schools, these are schools that have a guaranteed pathway to the McCormick Middle School under the current student assignment plan. So right now, students at the Perkins, the Tynan, the Dever, the Clapp, the Everett, and the Russell. 2 of those are schools in South Boston. 4 of those are schools in the northern part of Dorchester. Those schools will all begin their planning process now to expand K to 6. For the for the Clapp, Everett, and Russell, we need to work and engage more deeply with those communities because it is not a single school solution. There's not enough space in the Clapp to expand to K to 6, given their current configuration, so that we will be looking to partner. If they were not able to work out something that they feel like they're ready to move on in this proposal, what we would then look to is to change the guaranteed pathway from the McCormick to another one of our middle schools so that they can take more time to figure out the pathways, figure out the K to 6 solution, and or apply for one of the new build proposals that we are putting in for Dorchester, Roxbury, near the Upham's Corner area. So that's the full proposal and some of the rationale behind it. I just want to note, part of this, the process that we are hoping to engage with you as a committee is that similar to the way that we produce our budget in early February and then we talk about it for 2 months with additional time to come back with you to do deep dives on any given content area, we're going to be available probably at every single school committee meeting between now and December 9th to do deep dives both here with the school committee and in community sites to make sure that the schools that are affected can understand the deep nuances of any given proposal. So with that, I will stop and defer to the chair for questions.
And I think the last thing I will say before we open it up for questions in general, that the changes to the network of schools that Nate and Rob have been describing, where if you do either a significant renovation or a new building, and as if you could go forward to slide the one with the map, Monica, unfortunately mine doesn't have, there we go. Around the major new builds. These are the proposed new builds or expansions only. Each time one of those opens, whether it's the McCormick or a brand new K to 6 in Roxbury and Dorchester, that then opens up opportunities for all the other schools right around it to go K6, or in neighborhoods where there is a strong K to 8, 9 to 12 pathway to maintain that. But the newest buildings would tend to be in the K6 mode, and you can see the majority of them are elementary schools because that's where we have the highest need in the lowest access neighborhoods. But then it opens up opportunities for an existing small elementary school to move into the new building, and then the other remaining elementary schools can then change their pathways if they so choose. But to Nate's point, those are what some of the community conversations will be. So around the Lilla, is a 7 with, for example, the schools in the Grove Hall Alliance. The question is a 7 to 12 or a K to 6 better for that community? And with that community to determine which way they wish to go, that then has implications for the rest of the schools. And so that's sort of what the neighborhood view would look like each time there's a significant new investment in a brand new building, and then continued investments in upgrading the rest of those buildings around that. So that is the pattern we're trying to get into on a regular basis.
And just by way of description on this map, and I'll try and be quick, the colors on the map coordinate with the rationale for how the area was selected. So the areas in green are the places where we know we have the need to expand access to serve our students. And these are high needs neighborhoods. These are, again, the neighborhoods that we have identified both that serve the most number of students and the most number of students in need. It's also where our analysis shows they have the least access to seats close to home. And so those are the sites in East Boston, Dorchester on the, near Roxbury, and then Dorchester Mattapan line. The size of the circle roughly correlates with the area that we would explore. So there's a huge area on the Dorchester Mattapan line that we would entertain because we need space in basically in that entire part of the city. And so these are rough geometric areas, right? There's rough circles because we didn't want to have false precisions in terms of specifying the area where a solution. When we identify sites, we'll begin to evaluate the impact. And once we've identified a school, we'll be able to then narrow down the scope and search for that community. The 4 elementary schools in blue are the 4 elementary schools we feel like we will need to build in order to reconfigure the middle schools in those areas. So you see elementary school in Roslindale, in JP, Jackson Square along the Roxbury border. That's primarily to help support the transition of the Timilty. The elementary school, as I mentioned, near Upham's Corner, that would be able to help us reconfigure around both the Frederick and potentially move to a configuration for those K6s in the area. And then the last one being in Hyde Park. Those Hyde Park elementary schools are the ones that feed the Irving as well. So the Irving serves both Rosendale and Hyde Park K-5s. And then the final site, of course, is, as we've discussed, the new construction project for a high school at the West Roxbury Education Complex site.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of information to take in, of course, but we do want to shoot it around the horn again one more time to get further questions from the committee. I know I want to start with Ms. Robinson.
Okay, again, thank you. So I just want to, again, say that my biggest concerns around the transition of the 7th and 8th graders from the McCormick to the Excel High School is the sense of keeping them together as a cohort. Since Excel does not have experience right now with 7th and 8th graders.
Ms. Robinson, I'm sorry, could you just use the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, if they don't already have experience and we're putting those students into a school and the school is already having concerns, what are we doing to assuring a quality education? Because otherwise, it seems like what we're saying is we're moving you, but we're going to reopen your school in 2 years and it's going to be a high quality school, but where we've moved you to isn't quite that. And then will you move back again? So, you know, we're talking about, you know, trying to minimize transitions. We're creating sort of a strange set of transitions for a particular group of students to be the first in the line of these transitions. So how do we, you know,
so that is, Ms. Robinson, that is exactly the interplay of the impact bargaining and conversation with our union partners. I also want to say we all heard lots of both passion and enthusiasm and interest from a number of from many of the teachers who were in here in the room tonight. So that is an opportunity to have that conversation. It is a genuine conversation about what the best options might be, but that has to involve our union partners as well as ideas from the school, in addition to which both the current leader of Excel and the assistant headmaster are both former middle school leaders, which just happens to be the case in this, but we were aware of that in the conversation. But so I think that is part of the conversation, but we will be open to alternative suggestions or looking at what might be the best way forward. So that will be part of the conversation. It's one of the reasons that while we are talking about the McCormick now, we are not bringing that proposal to you for action in December. We are actually planning on having that conversation, continuing engagement with the families, with the school communities in both schools. This impacts both schools through January and into spring, so that we would bring you a recommendation for action based on the input and feedback and ongoing conversation we'd had with those school communities, not until spring. That is the way that we hope that subsequent transitions run. that there is ample time for discussion, for solutions, as Nate has said, to always allow the creativity and problem-solving of school communities to come forward. There is a balance, we know, from how far out you put an announcement that a school might evolve, because that creates challenges as well, versus surprising and startling a school, which is and disrupting a school community, which is exactly what we find ourselves having to do in West Roxbury because of the building community. So in this conversation with the McCormick, we're hoping to make it long enough that we can have genuine conversation about the best path forward, but also not so long that it feels as though they're sort of suspended in amber while they're having a conversation. So that's where we landed with this. But that will not be an action proposal. We will leave ample time for that conversation with the school communities.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dean Robinson.
Yes. So on slide 13, I just want to bring our attention to kind of our planning principles as you are moving forward with any schools. Yes, the two that are mentioned tonight, and I don't want to harp on just those two. I want to harp on our principles. So number 4, if we can just keep that at the forefront, how do we minimize the transition, not just for the students, but especially those who are the most vulnerable of the students. Because I think it was your quote that you stated earlier, transitions are harmful to student outcomes. And this is information that we know very well. So we just need to keep that at the forefront. The other component, Superintendent Perel, if it is possible, or I don't know if it's been thought of, to establish some type of middle school task force to really attack this middle school challenge with principals. School leaders are very, very important. People who've been former teachers are very important, but because I have 2 in middle school, the middle school teachers are super critical in this conversation. And if there is a way to connect the dots with the middle school teachers so that we don't have what took place at a couple of high schools in recent years who have been moving to 7 to 12, only to find out that they didn't do as much due diligence with 7th and 8th grade, and they found themselves not really ready to receive the 7th and 8th graders. Right. And it's already a wonky time in the development of that student, and Ms. Oliver Davila has already pointed out that it's challenging, and the parents know it's challenging, the teachers know it's challenging. Parents and teachers are both the expert of that group. And we need them all at the table. So I'd like to at least propose
Actually,
it.
no, not only propose it, but we already are planning on that. So thank you for bringing that forward, Dean Robinson. So we are looking at putting together a middle grades work group, but also it's really about high schools that are extending to 7 to 12, or in some cases, it could be a middle school that's trying to go to a 7 to 12 over the years. But right now, we're looking at what are the special needs that accommodate middle graders in a 7 to 12 setting. And so we're looking at both convening middle school educators, but also learning from the experience of Tech Boston Academy versus the new mission, which more recently transitioned, and some of the decisions that were made that were effective at Tech Boston, which we have the opportunity to actually build into the design process if we are building new buildings. So for example, Tech Boston landed up retrofitting, and we, obviously the district supported them in retrofitting, such that they have separate entrances, as an example, for their middle school, for their middle grades as they're 9 to 12. They have sort of a middle school academy feel.
Right.
They have a separate space. Those are design principles that we could build into
Absolutely.
7 to 12s if that facilitated essentially 2 separate spaces on a shared campus or in a shared building. So these are all things that we are looking at, and again, why we wanted to set the planning time out long enough that we could have those conversations in a meaningful way.
That is really, really critical. I think, I really believe that the middle school teachers, the answer is in the room. and they will be able to help guide us. So that's one key piece. If Mr. O'Neill were here, I'm just channeling different questions that different members typically ask over time. And because he's our council of Great City Schools, he thinks about the country. I've been looking at some of the data around middle school, and there are some really great articles that focus on Milwaukee, Baltimore, and there was another, Philadelphia, who went through middle school reconfigurations and the lessons that they learned. And one of the key components in the last 20 years, which I was a little hesitant to bring up, but one of the key components is some are discouraging moving down, and they're moving down grades, and from 9 to 12 to 7 to 12, and instead thinking moving up grades. So we just want to look at all the research, all the data out there from our sister schools that are similar in size and scope, to see what lessons they have learned so that we just don't repeat their mistakes. That's the only other piece I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Ms. Oliver Davila.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just had 2 more questions. One is, what will happen to the SLIFE students from the McCormick? So you mentioned before that the school didn't have capacity nor language capacity, so I'm curious about that. And then you had mentioned earlier, or right now, sorry, about the possibility of the 7 middle schools going up. Is it a possibility for the McCormick to actually go up and go back to their building?
I'll take the second question first. As I mentioned during the enrollment projections process last year, and as we prepare for the next round of enrollment projections this year, I'll point out that we are in the midst of we are in the second year of a 4-year decline in high school enrollment. That's because the cohorts of students that are graduating are larger than the cohorts of students who are currently in middle school moving into our high schools. This meant, and you heard it all last year with the many schools that were experiencing budget declines because of declining enrollment, and we needed to right-size many of our high schools. As we look at the cohorts of students who are in our system, 1st grade through 8th grade, and we project forward, we don't see a future bubble moving through that will increase, which means that we need to start to think about the appropriate amount of high school 9 through 12 space that we need in this system. We have too much right now, and so if we were to allow the McCormick to grow 7-12, then we need to be prepared to tell another high school that they're closing. And so part of this calculation is, again, we need to look at the system overall. This just can't be a one-off decision, because we've done this in the past, that we need to say, okay, this is the school that is phasing out, or this is the school that's closing, in order for the McCormick to then go 7 to 12. And so the path forward here is, again, when we move the high school into the McCormick that's reconfigured and rebuilt, that high school is adding capacity by adding more grades, not just adding wider and taking on more gen ed enrollment. And it will actually be then the higher performing schools, in a lot of cases, will add specialized programs to their portfolio. So they'll grow in 2 ways. They'll either add ELL programs or add special education programs and add 7th and 8th grades at the same time. It won't be that they grow and then we add more gen ed capacity, leading to students moving from the other schools. In terms of the specifics around the SLIFE program for...
I'm sorry, can I respond to what you said?
Sure.
Before we go to the SLIFE? I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree, because I do think there's been decisions made over the year, like throw something here, throw something there. So I agree, looking at data, being strategic. But one of the teachers did testify that central office was working with the McCormick on an innovation grant for 7 to 12. So that's why I was asking and wondering, why was that time spent if you're saying that in the end that's not really possible?
So we will, we're going to continue to explore that. Those were some different players and different conversations that we will be pulling together and taking a look at. There was also a past assumption that you could just sort of pick, this school is going to move into this space. And so there were versus what are the kinds of programs we need in a building and which schools would step up to run those programs. And so I think we're also trying to balance, this is again around asking some of our selective enrollment high schools to think more broadly about serving a more diverse range of programs if they wish to be able to move into one of the brand new high school buildings. And so what we're trying to do is bring into balance, and I think across this conversation, around the middle school transitions, around equity and special ed program placement, around not simply saying, oh, you know, I think it's this school's turn to get a new building, but really asking, and instead of saying, no, we need to put a new building where we have neighborhoods that have high need and low historic access. So trying to solve for all three of those at once means pushing schools to step up and looking at the citywide implications. So we need to, that's what we're trying to bring into balance, sort of existing conversations versus this opportunity to be forthright and transparent citywide around the fact that we have not been placing our most vulnerable learners in our planning around school buildings. So that is a conversation that we will continue to have. That's why the timing is such that we have, you know, a number of months to continue to explore with these school communities and with the McCormick in particular, what might be the best outcome and what might be the best match.
If I can interject and just put a finer point on that, I think another way that we've discussed this concept is, you know, we'll be blunt with school communities, high school communities that are seeking to expand themselves from 9 to 12 to 7 to 12 to say, listen, you know, if you want to be a 7 to 12, if you want a new building, you got to do a couple of things. You got to take on a language program. You got to take on a special needs program, or you need to take on some sort of program that attends to the alternative education needs of our district. And we need to do that in a comprehensive way across our district so that we have geographical access to each of those programs across the city. And do it in a planned way and do it in a meaningful way so that we don't have schools that have disparate services and in effect winners and losers in this system. We need to make this part of the trade-offs whenever we're trying to think about how we're working through these expansions across the district. Are there?
Life.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's the question about the SLIFE students. So as you know, the current McCormick building has a SLIFE Spanish program and SEI Spanish program. And what we try and do is make sure that the students with limited or interrupted formal education programs have the opportunity to exit those programs into the SEI program at the same school. And so the ideal placement of any SLIFE program is where there's also a full SEI strand as well. And so this was part of the area that we need to do some deeper engagement on and planning for, both because, as you mentioned, we want to make sure that the receiving school is prepared for the specific and or the specific needs of those students. Those are high needs populations. And so the other thing that we want to make sure when we do that is that we want to make sure that we're not adding a whole bunch of new programs to Excel, so that at the same time that we are adding even more complexity to the programming that's there. And so, you know, I do think that there's going to be further dialogue about whether or not this is something that ends up at Excel as a continued program, or if we should find another placement for the SLIFE program and eventually the ELL program that goes along with it.
Ms. Oliver-Davila, do you have further questions?
Yes, a deeper dive and engagement. I mean, I would like to know, you know, what's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Monica, we'll do that at the end.
I'm sorry.
Monica, on engagement.
Just the microphone, please.
I'm wondering whether, I mean, I continue to agonize over all those ELL students going to Excel. So, is there any way that we can condition that move on the improvement of Excel? Meaning that it gets out of, of the process that it's now, and that we can guarantee that those students are not, we're not just dumping them in a place that it's going to be very hard for them to do what you're saying they're going to do, which is that they will be able to go into the new school. I mean, Excel is it's right now in a very difficult situation, in a very difficult moment. The idea that you're going to put 2 grades, primarily, ELL and SLIFE students into Excel, it's just going to complicate that picture tremendously. So can we say that you're going to wait to see whether there's some improvement before making that final decision of putting those programs in Excel? Or are you going to find another high school?
Dr. Uriarte, I think we can continue to have that conversation while we look at and talk with the McCormick community as well. But I think we will have to come back to you with a proposal that gives you an opportunity to respond to in terms of our thinking on that. It does change the timing, and then that may be a appropriate choice. But we can do some planning and thinking about that and come back with some different, with that scenario or a different scenario or a response to that. But I don't think we can respond to that tonight.
I would be raising the same question if you had planned to place those students in Brighton High School. These are 2 high schools that are in deep trouble. Yeah. We don't know what the outcome is going to be of the process that they're engaged in. So I'm a little bit leery of saying, that's where these programs are going to end up.
Yeah,
Thank
certainly
you.
for the highly.
Thank you.
What did you say?
Thank you. Dr. Coleman.
I just got the text from my wife asking if I'm okay, so I'll respond. Well, I was about to respond when I got caught up, so she'll have to worry a little bit more. So I have a couple clarifying questions about the McCormick, and then I want to respond to some of the bigger issues just quickly with questions. So when I look at that page, if I'm in the McCormick family, I'm being told the McCormick's disappearing. It's gone. If this goes forward, there's no more McCormick. There's a McCormick building, which people compete to get in a couple of years, and then McCormick's gone. It will become part of Excel. That's what I read there. So if that's not what's being communicated, then it needs to be rewritten or made more explicitly. And so one of my questions going forward is, what is the condition of the Excel building right now? And at what point in the whole build BPS process would it be in need of a significant renovation?
The overall condition of the building in terms of the physical structure is in good condition. We've also, as part of the as part of the plan, committed through the process to engage with the school community around what capital repairs they'd want to see. In one sense, it'd be ideal for us to do a major renovation of Excel before starting this, but we have the opportunity to do multiple summer projects, including potentially, if they want the second entrance, looking at the second entrance, if there needs to be additional science labs or computer labs or media centers that need to be upgraded to create either a learning academy. We're going to engage with that community to say, okay, what's the programming needs of the students? What's the academic needs of the students? But also, what's the physical space needs of the students? And then begin to engage with those construction projects over the next several summers without causing disruption to the school, so that there will be some upgrades to the building that are visible to the families when they begin enrolling there.
I'm just saying that we don't have to do a deep dive in that, but it still feels to me, therefore, that the Excel's now acquiring the current McCormick School to build their 712, and then they'll build a community together in a building around what they have there, which would then allow the McCormick building to to become this place that we would compete for. That's what it sounds like to me. And if
That
that's
actually
accurate.
is the current recommendation, but with some room to have a conversation and iterate on that with the pushback and feedback from the McCormick community, in conversation with Excel. So it's entirely possible that in December, we will bring you a modified version if it is still the right recommended path going forward. That's why I didn't want to jump to any immediate answers. But that is also the pattern that we are seeking to build into Build BPS by setting out a vision for an anchor, renovation, or major build, looking at the implications and opportunities for the schools around it, and then having conversations. And so I just want to make sure everyone hears what's different about this. We didn't say this school goes into the new building.
Yeah,
We
no.
did not say these schools go K to 6 and these stay K to 5. We do in order to begin this process, for all the reasons Nate had explained, did identify the most viable middle school to go first in the process, and that is true. But Boston will not be able to begin this pattern of new buildings, new, better buildings for our students unless we make some shifts, because we have to get to the place where we can rebuild a building in order to put students back into it. Because we are not a city that is building brand-new schools, we're building brand-new buildings for existing schools, so that's a lot more complicated because we can't just build a brand-new building and then grow a grade at a time. But we are trying to build in real opportunities for communities to be part of the conversation of how do they fit together and which of them steps up to take on which kinds of programs. So we expect that there will be a conversation. So again, to give people something to respond to, what we brought forward was this model.
I get that, but I just think.
But there is
the
room for
McCormick needs to be
conversation
the
about it.
explicit nature that the more is being closed. I think that they need to hear that more explicitly than I think that they.
They actually heard it very explicitly, and one of the things we wanted to make clear is that we, as a recommendation, but one of the things we wanted to make clear in the wording we brought to you tonight is that we are willing to, not willing, it is appropriate to engage in that conversation about does that make sense or is there another scenario?
Great, thank you. So the other thing in this whole process about when we start thinking about what are the things we're going to be asking these schools to take on when they get a new building, I would like us to put on the table, and this is kind of larger conversation, this idea that, for decades we've been really focused on a very positive inclusion model. And I think we need to start thinking about whether we're more sophisticated in understanding of what kids' needs, and we may have to have more specializing schools as we drive performance forward so that we can really focus on the needs of particular kids. That's kind of a broader issue. So then the other observation I would like to make, and as we go forward, is on this slide. It's 13 on my page, on the revised Build PS planning principles. One of the things that I think people have heard me say before is that, what's exciting about this process is that it is addressing some of the inequities that are built into our system. And I would want to argue that we prioritize the issues of resolving inequities over the building outcomes, even though they're important, they're big, and they're difficult. And so I would, for example, in terms of the numbering, I would put number 2 first. The increased equitable access to high-quality schools is what we're about, and we're going to build to make sure that happens. So, and I can go through all I don't want to spend too late at night to go through the whole reordering that I have, but I will share that with you. But and so in relationship to that, I have one big ask and then an observation. My big ask is that we build a data system that allows us to say in our choice system, what's the probability by subgroup that they're going to get a access to high quality seat? What's the probability that I'm going to have access to a high quality seat in our system now, so that each time we rebuild and reconfigure and put someplace else, we can immediately reassess that probability estimate. And that's and I think we had the data to do it. I don't think we've ever structured the question that way. I think that's the core question, and I want to go to the point we don't have to bring Barry back in or hire MIT to do it, build the capacity to have our data to say that. And it's a simple question. What's the probability based on my subgroup membership, and you can have interaction effects if you want. I would want those eventually, that I'm going to get a high-quality seat. And then at every change, we re-examine that. So that's one of my big asks going forward. And then my observation, because we have three great people in front of us who represent some great strengths in BPS, but I don't see teaching and learning at that table. And I would like, my observation is that on a regular basis, this conversation, that we had the leaders of teaching and learning in this group around Build PPS, because at the end of the day, it's about improving access to high-quality learning.
Thank you for that, Dr. Coleman. I do want to point out that Charles Granson, who is our Chief Academic Officer, is an active member of the Build BPS team. But to your point, that is a thorough and important strand that needs to be in all of that planning.
And we need to see it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Coleman. Thank you, Ms. Pearl. Given the late hour, I don't want to belabor this any further. I appreciate the, again, Herculean task that the Build BPS team has brought forward over the last couple of months in particular, and in the presentation that's given tonight, and the care with which the team has gone out over the last few days in particular to speak to school communities, communities at large, and deliver this message in as transparent a way as possible. In that spirit, I want to again note that the district has 11 community meetings scheduled to discuss and hear from the public on tonight's proposal in greater detail, and the committee will continue to take up discussions on these proposals prior to scheduling votes later this calendar year and beyond. In the meantime, we have a plan now, folks. We have something to react to, and this is the start, once again, of a long conversation about how we take these principles and this plan and move it into action. So we'll look forward to hearing more from you as the months continue. It's about 12:22. I'm sorry, Office of Equity, but we scheduled you for October 17th for your presentation, and it's now October 18th. Well, we really appreciate, we want to bring up now our final report this evening from the BPS Office of Equity. Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Becky Schuster, is here with her entire team, who I hope you're all getting overtime. You know, we started to buzz about here over the last hour and wonder whether we should let you folks take off. But your fearless leader said, let's get this in, you know. And we know that we've put off this report over the last few months. So we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity for you to present to us this evening and hear a little bit more about the good work that the Office of Equity has done over the last year. So Assistant Superintendent Schuster, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman Lincanto. I have to say that I have deep respect for everyone at that table as well as everyone who's sitting behind me, who is, I know, here for the same reason I am, which is because we care so deeply about those young people that spoke earlier and all the rest of the young people of the Boston Public Schools. And I'm privileged to work with the colleagues who are sitting behind me as well as those who are sitting in front of me every day, and in particular, the members of the team at the Office of Equity. And I am here with Stephen Chen, who you heard from last week, who is our Director of Training and Accommodations. Gina Pierre was not able to be here tonight. She's actually transitioning out of the district. And I do want to pause to just thank her for her nearly 3 years of service. She was on the front lines from day one, including conducting 122 investigations at Boston Latin School during her first year with us. And she's truly a heroine, and I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to work with her for each day that I did. Also seated behind me is Grace Jung, who's Equity Manager. We have 2 fellows from Leading for Educational Equity this year, and we are so grateful for their help. Luis Gallegos, who most recently was a teacher at the Hernandez School and is now with us full-time for 1 school year in the Office of Equity as he looks to transition to this type of work. Masha Stein, who is currently a teacher and is with us part-time as a Leading for Educational Equity Fellow. Varsha Ramsamer and David Shekel, who are both full-time Northeastern Co-op students with us for 6 months, and we couldn't simply not do the work that we do without the assistance of our Northeastern students. So I'm going to try to move quickly through the presentation so we can all get home before the 19th. And at the same time, I want to make sure that you have a meaningful reflection on the work that we've been doing this year. And you will find that I think there's 2 main themes that will jump out from the work that we've done during this particular school year. One is that you may recall that when I was here last, we had just recently moved responsibility for investigations of sexual misconduct allegations to the Office of Equity. So this was a big shift. So not only are we now responsible for responding to concerns about bias-based incidents, but we are also responsible for overseeing the district's response to concerns regarding sexual misconduct. So this is a new bucket of work that significantly impacted what we were up to this year. And second, moving to the slides about training and education, we've been very diligent under Stephen's leadership with making sure that we bring equity protocols training not only to every school leader, but this year we reached 90% of our school administrators. And this has also brought our desired increase in reporting of concerns, because that's what we're here for. We want to hear from our school leaders. We want to hear from administrators so that we can give them the resources they need to address issues. So our training efforts this year, a total of 98 training sessions, most of those, the biggest bucket being equity protocols training. So we're making sure that both central office and school-based leaders know how to respond, know when to contact us. Stephen has continued to do welcoming school sessions in 10 schools. This year, we've done quite a bit of gender identity training, particularly when schools have students who are transitioning. We try to give them the information that they need to support those students. We do remedial training for employees, meaning if they have been found to be in violation of an equity policy, we ensure that they have training so that they do not make that same error again. And lastly, in partnership with Colin Rose and the Office of the Opportunity Gap, both Colin and I have continued to deliver racial equity tool training, which is growing the capacity of, in particular, central office leaders and increasingly school-based leaders as well. How do we ensure that every decision we make as a district is infused with an equity lens, particularly a racial equity lens? Finishing off the other education efforts we've made this year, we have continued to partner with Succeed Boston so that any student in the Boston Public Schools who's found to have violated an equity circular completes training on Saturdays. This was a move we made last year to ensure that our students are not missing school in order to receive education about civil rights. And we do partner with Jill Mead and others at Succeed Boston to tailor that training so that if a student, for example, were to use a slur that is anti-gay, they're going to be educated about the history of gay liberation, about gay oppression, about what it means to be an ally and what it means to be an upstander, and why what they said may have been very hurtful to one or more of our students. We hosted our second annual conference that was open to educators from across Massachusetts and beyond, entitled Preventing and Addressing Bias-Based Incidents in Schools. We're very proud that we are looked to for best practices by our peers across Massachusetts. We had a large representation from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education at the conference, and they've continued to be in touch with us to learn about the work we're doing in the Office of Equity in the Boston Public Schools. And one of the grants that made it possible for us to do that conference was a national grant from Teaching Tolerance, and we're very proud to have had their partnership. The Gardner Pilot School earned a Seal of Excellence this year from the Human Rights Campaign Welcoming Schools Project. There are only 15 schools in the nation that have received the Seal of Excellence, and we're proud that 2 of them are in the Boston Public Schools, most recently the Gardner Pilot. So we've been doing lots of training, as I mentioned earlier, this was the first full school year where we were responsible for sexual misconduct investigations. We set up a new relationship with Audrey Mark, who is at the Suffolk District Attorney's Office, so that we have an ongoing partnership with law enforcement and have really improved the collaboration we have with them when we need to be cognizant of the legalities of the situations that we try to address. And we expanded our protocols this year to try to give our school leaders really a step-by-step manual of how to address bias-based incidents and possible sexual misconduct in the situations where we delegate the investigation to them. They can now follow step by step by step, and of course we continue to provide coaching to them, but I think that's been very important that they've had that written guide for the first time. So in terms of our investigations and troubleshooting, you're going to note that we've had, as I said earlier, an increase in reporting. We believe that we are having an increase in the number of incidents brought to us because of the training we've done and because we've added the work around sexual misconduct to our responsibilities. So we responded to a total of 931 formal requests for assistance in this last school year. Last time I was with you, the last number was 368. So you can see that it's a sharp increase. And again, we attribute that to our training efforts and to the fact that we're doing this new bucket of work. And we try to provide a wide range of strategies when we receive these concerns, not only engaging in formal investigations, but providing coaching, using alternative dispute resolution, applying restorative justice in the same ways that work well in our classrooms. We try to do that both with student concerns, parent concerns, and employee concerns. And that total number of 931 includes responding to 191 requests for accommodations. And this is mostly employees who are seeking disability accommodations so that they can do their work. In terms of the data, this is our second full year of being able to report out to you. The data involved, and that reflects the response that we've provided to bias-based incidents. So first, consistent with last year, we continue to have a large number of employee-to-employee concerns. Different from last year, we've had an increase in the proportion of student-to-student issues, again, largely because of our new responsibility for sexual misconduct. In terms of the strictly speaking bias-based incidents, we've provided you with data around protected category, just like last year. Incidents involving issues of race are the most prevalent. Similar to last year, national origin or ancestry is the second largest category, and this year's sexual orientation was our third most common category when we look at incidents where bias is alleged either between employees or between students and other combinations. Once allegations are brought to us, you can see that, as I mentioned earlier, we respond in a variety of ways. The largest bulk this year were investigations by someone we designated. So it might be a school leader conducting the investigation, it might be someone from operations, but the largest number of the allegations brought to us were investigated by a designee. But in terms of the actual the number of investigations, last year the Office of Equity conducted 83 investigations, this year 110. So our number went up somewhat, but you see that increase in designee investigations again because of the new bucket of work around sexual misconduct. Very consistent with last year, the Office of Equity made findings in 58% of the cases brought to us. One of the things I'm most proud of about our team, besides their tireless work literally this evening and the good humor that they maintain even when they're working this hard and this long, but it's also their objectivity. I think we work very hard to look at each situation individually and make a conclusion based on the facts that are available to us. So that results in 58% of our situations having a finding, and 42% we do not find sufficient evidence to show that there was a violation of an internal policy related to equity. In terms of applying an equity lens to decision-making in the district, which is my deepest passion, I've continued to partner with the Office of Human Capital to ensure that we hire and retain educators of color through a wide variety of efforts at accountability and innovation and pipeline programs in this whole gamut that I know you hear about in much more depth when you have reports from the Office of Human Capital. The Opportunity Gap Office and the Office of Equity continue to have an internal consultancy. I think Dr. Rose and I partner very closely to try to make sure that when key decisions are being made, either he's at the table, I'm at the table, or both, or perhaps someone else from one of our teams or who has been through extensive training and is able to rigorously apply an equity lens, particularly a racial equity lens, to the work of a wide range of departments, task forces, tiger teams, committees, et cetera. And some of the projects I've worked on this year, consulting with the Universal Pre-K program to ensure equity as that expands, working with the Opportunity Index Guiding Coalition, who we've heard from frequently, and of course Build BPS has had a special subgroup specifically doing equity analyses along the way of various options to try to determine how we can do the best under the circumstances that are complex. We've continued to build capacity. I think increasingly it's less and less important for myself personally to be at the table because there are others who are becoming more and more effective at bringing an equity lens to our conversations and our planning. And I've continued to contribute to the leadership of the Boston Alliance for Racial Equity, which is a public-private partnership to address issues of racial equity across the city. As we think forward to next year, this current school year, we have been working closely with the Boston Student Advisory Council to develop a video that we look forward to showing to every middle and high school student this year. It's called Stay Out of the Box. And it's encouraging our students to think about not engaging in bias-based conduct verbally, but especially online. Because we have found that our students don't understand and often aren't aware that things that they post online when they're off hours and at home and at their friend's house can get them in trouble in school. Because if those incidents end up disrupting a student's education and sort of following them to school, if you will, then we do need to address it. So we would like our students to know to stay out of the box, and the box is bias-based conduct, so that we can have school settings that are welcoming and respectful of everyone, and our students are able to rise to the challenge of treating each other with respect at all times. We are also this year launching a pilot mediation project to try to bring mediation more broadly into various aspects of the Boston Public Schools in partnership with a nonprofit organization called the Mediation Group, as well as the Office of Labor Relations. We are currently aiming at 100% employee sign-off on our updated equity circulars. And the main change we made this fall as part of our goals for this year is to make it very explicit that whenever any Boston Public School employee witnesses a student being targeted with bias-based conduct or sexual misconduct, they must report it, no matter what role they have in the district. And lastly, for the last 2 years, I've been running a group for white central office leaders to do our own work on racism and take responsibility for what the own reflection and action that is important for white folks to be taking to end racism. And this year, for the first time, actually starting this Monday, I'm launching a group for white school leaders, and there's been an excellent response and interest in folks participating in that, so I'm looking forward to that. So that was a whirlwind October 18th tour of the work of the Office of Equity. I thank you for your patient listening, and I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions you may have.
And before questions begin, I just want to give a huge thank you both to Becky Schuster, but also to this incredible team who are do great work and stay awake for a really long time. And I do want to say, as someone, and I think as someone who is relatively new to the district, I can say this quite sincerely, that seeing the way in which the Equity Office both works in an interactive way with the Opportunity Gaps Office, but where the Equity Office is a key driver of a district-wide equity conversation, such that when I walked in the door, not only do I see the fruits of advice, of investigations, of guidance, but also the racial equity analysis tool that is available and used in many settings, as well as the ability, when we're taking on very large projects like Build BPS, to then call the Equity Office team in and ask them to sit in on active decision-making meetings so that they are in real time of helping us evaluate and assess whether we are squaring our own analysis and decision-making inside of an equity lens, was just incredibly refreshing and really exciting to see that that was such a well-developed muscle in this district already. And so I want to thank both Becky and the team for doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl. I'll open it up now to questions and discussion from the committee. Ms. Oliver Davila.
I only have one question. I was just curious about the Seal of Excellence, and what does it take to get that? What does that mean? And if more of us should know about it in more schools, just curious, what does that mean?
Yeah, so the Welcoming Schools program it's been developed by the Human Rights Campaign, and so basically there are two different ways that schools can engage with welcoming schools. The first way is to kind of sign me up for PDs, and there really isn't a systemic approach to, sorry, it's a little bit late. There isn't a systemic approach to how are we going to incorporate this really deeply until we go kind of into the Seal of Excellence process, which there's 9 key criteria, starting with policy, moving into instructional and curriculum, to practices, to signage, to how do we engage our families. And so basically for schools that have requested the 2-year support process through Welcoming Schools through my office, we will work with those schools pretty deeply to, number one, do the professional developments, and then deeply integrate the practices from Welcoming Schools into the school from the ground level. And then once we get through that process, someone from the Human Rights Campaign will come and actually look through the school, kind of do a site visit, and to see if they sort of meet the requirements out of these 9 key criteria. And once we go through that, if there are problems, we have to remediate them. Otherwise, we kind of go through and they are awarded a Seal of Excellence. And so this upcoming year, I'm anticipating 2 more schools that we are working towards the Seal of Excellence, and then there's another 5 schools that are a little bit further out than this school year that we're working with.
And so does the Seal of Excellence, does that, this training, does it include, it's about tolerance, or does it include things like family engagement, cultural relevancy, linguistic, sensitivity, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so Welcoming Schools has a very sharp LGBTQ lens building for our staff. However, it's also very, very intersectional. It has to be, especially in a district like Boston, where the vast majority of our students are students of color. And so as part of the PDs that we do, there's family diversity, there's bias-based bullying, there's how do you support transgender and gender nonconforming students. And in all of these PDs and in the conversations that we have with staff, there's a lot of intersectionality built in with a lot of different identities in addition to that LGBTQ lens.
Mhm. That's great. I would love to see more visibility for the schools that get that. You know, like we have that Edvestors program. I don't know if you heard of it. They have like that School on the Move thing. It's a little small thing. Gets a ton of visibility, but something like that where it's, you know, some kind of incentive, because it is really important work. It's hard work, and so it would be great to recognize that. And thank you for all the work, and I love the video idea. So that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, I have a couple of questions on the slide about the equity policies and protocols. And so I guess the first was to understand what is the, quotes, liaison to law enforcement?
Yeah, so there are many circumstances involving sexual misconduct where we have an obligation to report the allegations to the police, and we have an obligation to report the allegations to the Department of Children and Families. And it was important to us to have that partnership because the Office of Equity does not wish to participate in the school-to-prison pipeline in any way, shape, or form. And yet, we have the responsibility to alert law enforcement when certain kinds of behaviors occur or are alleged. So I'm really pleased that we've developed this partnership where we have the kind of relationship where we can work together to ensure that if a student was involved in sexual misconduct, they get assistance with the underlying trauma that generally is what brought us to that moment, rather than criminalizing the behavior, focusing on punishment as the only response. This is the importance of that relationship, to make sure that we're working collaboratively with law enforcement to actually give our students what they most need.
And following that line, when you talk underneath that about the protocols, my questions are, how are the protocols shared, particularly with students, in developmentally appropriate ways? I mean, thinking it's similar to the things you were talking about the online presence. How do we help our students proactively versus reactively?
Yes, so we have done some training for students where we've had that opportunity, but I would say some of the other ways that we've tried to make sure students understand, one is that we annually ask our school leaders to read very age-appropriate announcements that we've written for them, like into the intercom or at an assembly, just to remind students of their rights and responsibilities around civil rights at school in a way that they can understand. We've had a poster campaign so that every school has posters about the availability of the Office of Equity, which are produced again in an age-appropriate images and language. Also the equity circulars are featured on the Student Rights app, the Boston Student Advisory Council app, in a way that they were rewritten and simplified by some interns that we had from BSAC working with us a few summers ago, so that it's not quite as verbose and lengthy as the ones that we share with our employees, and hopefully is very accessible to our students. So there's been a variety of ways that we've tried to ensure that our students understand the work of the Office of Equity and the fact that we're here to support them as well.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dean Robinson.
I do want to also echo Superintendent Perrell's thank yous, because I believe the Northeastern students did not know that this was a part of the job description, was to have
I'm
conduct
going to add that to
all-nighters.
the intern manual right after this.
That may be helpful. So thank you for being here that long.
They're just paying back their pilot taxes.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I did want to ask a question about the remedial training. Just in regards to, do you have data on repeat offenders, how well they adjusted? You do have data on that?
Yeah, so
Everyone
when we've
behind
had, sorry, do you want to comment? Okay, Grace will add in a moment, but we rarely have repeat offenders. And I would say the most common scenario when we do is a student who either is dealing with trauma or has a disability that tends to lead to difficulty with impulse control, those kinds of situations where the appropriate interventions really aren't about some kind of punitive focus or even educational focus in terms of educating them about, for example, why is that particular word so offensive, or why is a swastika inappropriate. It's usually when we have the repeat offenses, it's individuals who have more underlying issues that we need to address with a full team.
Okay, that's helpful.
Did you want to add, Grace? No, we're good? Okay.
And then the data, so the reports of bias-based incidents, both reporters and subjects, and then also classified by protected categories.
Yes.
Is there, do you have the data to show student to student based on the protected categories to understand who are the offenders, who are the offended, and is it due to any of these protected categories?
Yeah, so we broke out the protected categories for the entirety of the bias-based incidents that were reported to us, whether they were employee to employee, student to student, and we certainly could do that, generate that data more specifically for you. Just keep in mind that these are allegations,
right.
So not all of these did we feel actually rose to the level of a violation of a policy. So these are reports to us, not necessarily findings.
Okay, and then the findings, do you, for the category, the 42% of no findings, what does the interpersonal kind of workplace dynamics training look like when there are no findings, and how do they re-engage in the community after an allegation or has been made?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we always try, I think a very important sort of philosophy that we carry throughout all of our work in the Office of Equity is we like to leave things better than we found them.
Right.
So if there is a finding, we want to provide education to the individual who violated the policy. And in some cases, there's also discipline or other measures that we need to take depending on the seriousness of what occurred. But even when there's no finding, you're absolutely right, Dean Robinson, that it can leave for example, a work team with tensions. And I can think of just this week, a request that we got to assist a work team in that setting. So I think Stephen in particular has, he's certified in restorative justice. He has a background in mediation. He's just very strong with management skills and coaching. So we'll often use that secret weapon of sending Stephen in to assist with some of that
and he also
relationship building.
With students as well.
Yeah, with students, we would be more likely to partner with the Safe and Welcoming Schools team and ask them to assist us. And we also have some written resources where we match teachers with, for example, teaching tolerance or facing history, have very specific teaching units that if we know that there had been a series of incidents in one particular classroom and that students found this very confusing, and we want to give them tools to understand what happened and go forward stronger and better. We'll often also connect our teachers with those kinds of resources as well.
So then the other component of, seeing the student to student, what engagement with parents do you have around either education, training, because there's so much you can do in the district, right, to train the adults in the buildings, but students go home.
Yes.
So is there any training component or education campaign?
We have done some training for parents, but I think perhaps the most important thing is that our website actually has a video that's aimed at the parent audience that's relatively short, but gets to the heart of the work of the Office of Equity, what we do, why we do it. So that is there for our parents to learn about what we're doing without needing to come to yet another meeting at night at their child's school.
So if it's possible to just suggest, to think creatively of rolling out some more extensive parent engagement strategies, you know, working with Monica's team.
Sure, yeah, we welcome your thoughts. I mean, I know we have gone to Parent University, so we've done some parent training, but would certainly welcome your thoughts. And I have a regular standing meeting with Monica, so we put our heads together on a regular basis.
That's good. And my last just kind of point to all that we heard tonight in public comment, just the equity lens around potential closures. Your voice and your team's voice will be really critical in some of the messaging moving forward that we
Definitely.
kind of heard loud and clear.
Absolutely, we will stay at that table.
And just so you know, that slide that had the equity impacts was a distillation of their first analytical memo on exactly Build BPS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Robinson. Dr. Coleman.
Great and very exciting work, and I just want to summarize by saying, you know, I'm a big believer that ideas matter, and the work you're doing is something I think the broader community nationally and internationally should hear and know about. So I want to really encourage you to think about writing a 25-page essay on what you do, and I can promise you when you submit it to the BU Wheelock Journal of Education, the editor will help you get it published.
Okay, that's good to know that I might have a contact there.
Good to have friends in high places.
Exactly. And we have had the opportunity, you know, I was trying to move quickly tonight, but we have been speaking at some national conferences this year.
So you just have to record what you spoke and then get it edited. So.
I can see this is the voice of experience.
Well, thank you, Ms. Schuster. By the way, my arms crossed are in no way a silent signal to you and your team. It's just freezing up here.
We're noticing the heat has dissipated recently.
But we really appreciate you sticking it out tonight and bringing this presentation to it. It's not only the presentation is appreciated, but the work that you do is appreciated, and each and every member of your team. You know, certainly listening to the presentation on the schools and the Seal of Excellence in particular, and just a little bit extra information you gave us around the schools that we have in the pipeline. That's great news, particularly with, I think you mentioned 15 nationwide, and we have
That's
2 of them
right.
currently, and we have 7 more in the pipeline. That's great news. I visited the first one we had when the Seal was awarded at the JFK a few years ago, and it's just it was great to see the context that you can put into an elementary school to start kids off on the right foot.
I just want to thank each member of the school committee, because you do such a fine job of keeping equity at the center of every conversation, and I also want to thank the interim superintendent, who was just very supportive of that work from day one.
So, you know, I always have the pleasure of going last and letting everyone else ask the good questions. I think the takeaway that I had from the data that you shared is the same as what you expressed earlier in your presentation, which is with greater training and greater exposure come greater reports. And that's a good thing, because I still think we're not getting, just in many other contexts, and we see many of us on this committee in our day jobs in higher ed, and the efforts that we've made around Title IX, sexual harassment and related reporting, that for whatever corresponding increase that comes along with additional training, there's still more incidents that are going out there that are left unreported. So I think it's probably fair to say that we have a ways to go with respect to ensuring that we have 100% reporting, and effective ability that follows to address those concerns and make sure that we create that safe and welcoming environment that we want in our schools. So we thank you so much for hearing so much about what you've got in the pipeline for the next year. We can't wait to have you back once again next year to hear more about that.
Thank you so much.
And we wish you the best. Thank you.
It's 1 o'clock, exactly.
Ms. Sullivan, any public comment on reports?
No speakers.
God bless you, Mr. Mudd.
So this is what we have to do to not have public comment.
New business. That concludes our business for this evening. Our next school committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, November 7th at 6 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Unanimous consent. Good night.